All right, guys. Today we have CPI coming out. Expectations are for 6%. Data drops at 8:30. We are gonna stream the entire thing live like we always do. Market bounced back a little bit yesterday, but today is still a really interesting day because it's kind of one of those days where it's just a really, really important release. We had a lot of stuff coming out over the last couple days that have caused some drops in the market, and if we are going to crash, it's going to be from some type of release like this. We also have PPI tomorrow, so very important releases here. Very important, relevant data. What's up, Mac, Lewis, Pi, Sonny, Mickey, Bar, Will? What's up, man? Yeah, big day today for sure. We're gonna do a poll. The market is, like I said, gapping up today. What rate shows up for CPI? What is today's CPI percentage? We're gonna do, so expectations are for 6%, and so we're gonna do one answer is 5.5. One example is under 5.8. We're going to do another one. We're going to do one under 6% and then below expected. And another at 6% as expected. So we're going to do another one over 6% worse than expected. All right, so we're going to do this poll here. Let us know what you guys think. You got three different options: under 6%, 6%, or over 6%. There is the numbers here. We're also going to do some music. Let me get this up. Hold on. What's up, Dan? What's up, Beach? Mark? Do you think with banks failing, we should be looking into gold and silver companies? Maybe. I mean, it depends on what you think is going to happen. We also ended up cutting our Disney trades, and rightfully so. I wanted to cut them before CPI. So we established like a pretty good position in these and then cut them yesterday as they were ripping up because we were just up so much in these. And so just to show you these trades overall, we established a position in Disney, and you can see we started to establish that position here where our average was like 91s. And then yesterday, right at the top, we caught Disney and we literally sold Disney right at the top. Like you can see, we sold it up here. And so we caught the big move on Disney and unloaded, and now we're flat on Disney. We did a similar thing to Google here. And my whole point was like, I wanted to get out before the CPI report. I thought that was an unnecessary gamble. So with Google, we did the same thing, and we ended green on both of these trades. Like we ended in net profit on both of these trades. Look, you can see we got out of Google. Most of it was yesterday, but we also got out, some more right at the top here. So I'll take it, Green trade on those. Pretty flat now on everything. Nah, I think we're going to hit like 5 or 6, maybe more. Five or 6,000 views. That's what we usually hit for CPI. CPI is actually our largest stream we ever do. Except for some random Jerome Powell meetings, CPI is usually, we get the most people here for this. Yeah, I cut Disney. Worked out really well. Again, another green swing trade here. But yeah, here's a SPY. SPY at 386s here. If we get a big drop today, FRC ended up bouncing back too. Look at FRC here. So FRC bounced back. Silicon Valley Bank is still halted, and it looks like everybody's just going to lose everything here. I see. Yeah, CPI data is expected to show up at 6% year over year, and on the month, I think it's 0.4%. Is what I think it is. I think it's 0.4. Yeah, 0.4% month over month. So. So we're also going to do a timer like we always do. Let's see if my coffee can wake me up a little bit. So here's Schwab. We were thinking about buying Schwab yesterday. Would have been a right. Yeah, buying Schwab would have been a right move, man. That thing ripped up from 44 all the way to 56. Big percentages yesterday. I don't know about buying banks today. I think banks already rebounded some yesterday, I went and saw that movie 65 yesterday. Wasn't that good, to be honest. It's not that good. I'll just be honest. 65, not that good. Kind of bland, boring. They didn't explain the plot enough. Like, it was just not that good, man. Yeah, 5.8% market flies. Kind regards from Switzerland. I am happy to share with you today. I mean, I'm not really a Forex trader, to be honest, man. We do a little bit of everything, but I think gold will be volatile today because of the bank run we've had over the last few days, and CPI, of course. What do I have? Oh, steamed. Oh, thank you, sir. I didn't even see that. Thank you. There we go. What's up, Dan? Mark. Oh, man. Fed is putting out fire with fire when they should have a special program for inflation by increasing production by 0% loans to businesses that can produce products cheaper. Yeah. Core CPI expected by the Fed month over month to be higher at 0.4%, but looking like 0.45%. Long gold, hot inflation coming. Yeah, I mean, again, let me know what you guys think is going to happen here. We did our poll. Right now, 40% of people think we're going to come in over 6%, which is going to be higher than expected. What the heck is this, bro? Is Donald Duck singing on my radio? What the heck is this? Bro, get out of here, dude. You're supposed to be instrumentals. What the heck was that, man? It's just too much, man. All right, guys. Hi there. All right, so we're going to do a poll on Twitter as well. Today's a big day, man. Tomorrow will influence a lot of the market. All right, we got our Twitter poll live as well. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna add a timer here. So the day this stuff comes out, let me all right, so it is 6:24 right now. 6:24. We'll just treat it as 6:25 basically. And that means that we got about 2 hours and 5 minutes left. 2 hours and 5 minutes. Here's the timer right here. I'm gonna put up Tsla on the left side here. Yeah, what's up, MS? Goldman Sachs is calling for a Fed pause, and Morgan Stanley is calling to sell every bounce. Funny, yeah. Banks are worried. Should you buy gold right now? I guess is a question. Oh, I gotta wake up with some coffee. But yeah, we went and saw that movie 65. Not that good. Look, I hate saying this. It's just not that good. All right, guys. SIVB halted completely again. First Republic Did rip up a little bit yesterday. Tesla on the left. We got the dollar index here, which is currently sitting right at 103. So again, this inflation data is incredibly important. Incredibly important data. This is probably the biggest inflationary metric we get every month is CPI. It's the biggest stream we ever do here, and it's going to be big today. We'll have thousands and thousands of people here watching this today. So, it'll be hectic in here, but we'll cover the data. Thousands of people tune in because we cover it very fast. And so stick around. We will cover the data very quickly. Just be ready. The dollar index is on the right. Dollar index broke down a little bit after bouncing back some today. This is the day where it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I went through First Republic Bank stuff and didn't see anything wrong. Bought it at $27.99, small position though. Hey, nice, man. That's a good trade. Yeah, we cut all our trades, man. We got out of we got out of ours, man. I got out of Disney and Google in profit yesterday. Yeah, I don't know. Well, we don't know what the data is going to come in. Nobody ever does. If it was that easy to know what the data was going to show up as, then everybody would be rich, All right, Tesla just rebounded back over the previous closing price, back up there. SPY moving back up too. Yeah, those look all right. But yeah, 65 was not good. The problem with 65 is like the plot was just bad, Like they didn't explain enough about what was going on to make you have empathy for the character. Like Interstellar, right? Interstellar, they build the characters. They show you what their plight is for. They show you like what they have to do, why they want to do it, why they need to do it, and they make you care about the outcome of it. Like by the time they start doing it, you're invested in what they're doing. You're like, man, this guy's got to get this done, to save the world, basically. With 65, they didn't do any of that. They didn't explain what it was. They were just kind of like, yep, this dude's floating through space, hanging out, and boom, now dinosaurs. And that's it. It's just kind of like, all right, sloppy writing, to be honest, sloppy writing. Yeah, just not that good, Todd. Not that good, man. No. Oh, somebody's always going to claim it's been leaked, bro. Don't go see it, Chris. It's just not that good, bro. But yeah, CPI coming out today. Very, 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 very important day. A lot of stuff happening today. We cut most of our trades ahead of it. I'm not trying to take any crazy risks in that regard. What's Cramer saying today? All right, Cramer's out here talking. And he's talking a lot. Let's go ahead and talk about what he's saying here. Cramer tweeted so much. All right, so Cramer says, digging into why everyone is scared to own any small bank and the irrationality of it. Do we need Warren Buffett to buy a bunch? That's how these declines often end. fear is so palpable that no one seems to want to step up and buy a very good bank like First Republic, which can probably be had for 1/4 of what it was worth 3 months ago. It has an amazing client base. Surprised the big broker isn't interested. And then Credit Suisse finds material weaknesses in financial reporting, says outflows not yet reversed. And then Jim Cramer called it a clown show. And then actually the weakness in bonds will take the pressure off the regional banks today, as yesterday's action said, don't trust any of them. The issue with the banking system is a lack of confidence, not lack of equity. You get a real auction by the FDIC, which unfortunately is a novice at this for the Silicon Valley Bank. One that succeeds, and this nightmare may be over. Why is it so hard to get stability in the banking stocks? Because the banks that know how to buy are considered too big to be allowed to buy. I am sure, for example, if you could get the FDIC to put a bank in receivership and then let the BAC or JP Morgan or Wells Fargo to buy their assets and liabilities with immunity, then you end this crisis. But they won't. So the FDIC is relying on a ragtag bunch of PE firms and smaller regionals like PNC, which themselves are under attack as well. So the FDIC must do an extension to cover $500K in deposits, and it must allow a one-time purchase of a failing and failed bank by the concentrated powerful banks, or this drags on. Infusion of capital won't work, as this is all confidence-based, not equity-based. Schwab's defense seems logical, and I think that Citigroup has a similar group of depositors that are strong but invisible to the typical screen. But these two really worried people. The FDIC has to allow the JP Morgan loan to First Republic be backstop and be converted to equity if necessary. Just trying to put out some solutions that could help us through this. Yeah, so that's Jim Cramer's take on it. All right, I'm sorry for the music. Yeah, I got to change this. I was digging the first songs, but like. Yep. Yeah, Bitcoin with a huge run back up, all the way up to 24K. Yeah. Yeah, for sure, Charles. Yeah, I'm usually in the business of reversing Cramer. The problem really is that Cramer was right about this. Cramer said we probably would bounce yesterday, and we did. And so I you know, I'm not just a huge Cramer hater. But yeah. He got it right yesterday. Our economy will not. Bill Ackman says, quote, our economy will not function effectively without our community and regional banking system. Therefore, the FDIC needs to explicitly guarantee all deposits now. Hours matter. We also need a modern version of our deposit insurance regime, but that will take some time, and that's okay as long as all deposits are guaranteed in the interim. Regional bank stocks are an incredible bargain now as long as the government does the right thing, and I am confident it will. This means that one of the great trades would be to buy regional bank stocks or ETFs, and the massive decline in rates make this an even better investment. Now, this is out without real risks, but it does offer very attractive asymmetry. Yeah, I think Schwab might be one of the ones that if I'm going to buy a cheap bank like this, where's Schwab? There's Schwab. Schwab all the way back up to 57. So Schwab does not look cheap anymore. Not as cheap as it did. I mean, to be fair, this thing was at, prior to the bank run, this thing was at 70. So it's still going to be at a discount, but I don't know if it's at a big enough discount. Let me know some bank stocks that you might be interested in buying today, guys. Credit Suisse. Well, a lot of banks started to fail. So somebody says, hey man, money illiterate here. Can you explain why the Fed is planning to cut rates so suddenly? Well, a lot of bank stocks dropped massively. A big bank in A big bank in SIVG or SIVB, a big bank there failed. Basically went out of business. They're having to pay back all the depositors now, but the FDIC basically had to step in and save the depositors in some banks, some small banks. Not small. They're not small to be honest, but they're smaller. And that bank run has caused a lot of fear in everything. And so, whenever that happens, one of the reasons these banks are failing is because of the rate hikes, right? They're just less, the margins are not as good. And so in that regard, the banks want reverses and the rate hike plan, because that means that they might get out of this, is basically what it is. And so, the Fed, it has a very fine balancing act of a job with regards to rate hikes. If they raise rates too much, it basically tanks the market short term, including banks, right? So if the Fed comes out really aggressively in their rate hike on the 22nd, then the banks are going to be even worse, in an even worse financial position. But the other way to look at this, though, is that inflation is still really, really bad right now, right? So, again, there's a balancing act between recession worries and inflation worries, right? And we're kind of somewhere in between that right now. I think we're starting to pivot more towards recession fearing because of the bank weakness that we've had over the last 3 days or so. And so because of that, the Fed is basically saying, hey, we don't have the luxury of worrying about inflation right now with these banks potentially failing. And so in that regard, we're gonna pivot to no rate hikes or 25 basis points. I think if we didn't have this bank collapse like we've had over the last 3 days, I think they would have probably done 50 basis points for the rate hike decision on the 22nd. At this point in time, I don't think we're going to do 20. I don't think we're going to do 50. I think we're at least going to do 25. Maybe we're going to go to 0. But I don't think it's going to be 50 anymore, because I think the bank understands that, that's going to be a tough spot. Hey, what's up? What's up, man? He said, morning, listen to you on the TV every day. Can't type here. Just want to say, hey, thank you, man. I appreciate it. All right, and yeah, this is a big day today, man. This is one of the biggest days we have all month. SVB and $175 billion deposit. They could cover only $25 billion of most deposits over the 25K since the bank didn't market their losses on yield curve inversions. Yeah, they're done with, man. They've been halted for 3 days. They're just going to pay out the depositors. Investors are going to lose everything. We did a Twitter poll here. We asked people, does inflation data come in higher or lower than expected? 27% think higher, 29.7%, basically 30% think at expected. 43% think lower. We also did a YouTube poll asking the same thing. YouTube poll is a little bit different. Most people think we're going to come in worse here, over 6%, worse than expected. 36% think we're going to come in under expected. So pretty split, but looks like the Bears are winning here in this poll as well. Yeah, what do you guys think? I think 6% is a little optimistic. That is a big drop here, to be honest. So, like CPI, 6% is what they're expecting. Last time it came in at 6.4%, so it was worse than expected. I think they expected 6.2 or 6.3%. It came in at 6.4% last time. I think 6% is a little optimistic. I'm not saying we can't hit that. What will be a great sign if we go 6% or less. That would be amazing right now for the current market landscape. And again, I'm not saying that's what we get, but that would be great if we could get 6% or less for CPI data. That would make a lot less worries about the potential rate hike on the 22nd. So yeah, it's an interesting day today, man. This is a big day. We got a lot of stuff happening today. CPI is the big thing, though. And then tomorrow we have PPI. So there's two sides of inflation data, right? There's CPI, which is the consumer price index. So it's basically prices for consumers. And then there is PPI, which is the producer price index, which is essentially prices for producers. Again, 0.4% is what they're expecting. We also have PPI retail sales tomorrow. So big things dropping tomorrow. And then Thursday, of course, we've got a lot of stuff too. We've got housing starts, jobless claims, the Philly Fed index, wholesales in Canada, jobless claims, import-export prices for the U.S., building permits, all drop Thursday. So that's a lot of stuff coming out. And then I think Friday's slow, if I remember correctly. I don't think we got any big stuff happening Friday. We got Michigan consumer sentiment, but yeah. So today, tomorrow, and Thursday are the biggest days this week by far. Just big days in the market. What's up, Ali? I think it will be red today, but why are we so green in pre-market? Well, you got to understand the real move here. So we're green in pre-market, but when you put a 10-day chart up, it kind of shows you what we're really doing. So like, yeah, we bounced a little bit in pre-market, but the trend of the last couple days has been very bad here. So it's like, yeah, we bounced a little bit in pre, but like this has been the trend over the last couple days. So it's like, yeah, we rebounded a little bit, but it's still not really much to talk about yet. We're still at 386s. So, if we're looking at extension over the last couple days, we could be extended on the downside, but I don't think CPI really cares for that. Yeah, we'll see, Raphael. Big numbers, man. If it makes impact on the yearly inflation number, last year's March number was really high, or removes that and puts new numbers there. So the number needs to be really high to increase yearly number. Yeah. What's up, Pawn? I don't know about green or red today. I really don't know. Yeah, how about Bitcoin, man? Bitcoin almost up to 25K. Yeah, I can only hope so, man. We'll see, dude. I hope it's positive. I'm an optimist, man. I want the market to go up. But, I told people over the last couple weeks, I told people that, like, this could be, if we do crash, right? You've had a lot of people screaming crash over the last year, really. If they're going to be right, it's going to be today. Like if they're going to be correct in their prediction of a crash, the most likely time it's going to be is today. Okay, today, tomorrow, all the way up into the rate hike, over the next week, and a little bit over a week. I talked about it about a week ago where I said, look, if we do crash, one of the paths to that is if Jerome Powell comes out and says a lot of pessimistic, hawkish tone things, if CPI comes in worse than expected, if unemployment comes in worse than expected Friday, and we get kind of the perfect storm of negative data and economic reasons, and then you throw the bank crash in there, we're still far away from the low of the year, but we're getting closer to that. What I will say is that I'm pretty flat on my swings, and if we do crash like that, I'm just gonna buy stuff, man. I'm just gonna buy stuff up. That's the best time to buy stuff, in my opinion. So I really don't mind if we drop like that because I'm flat on everything. I covered my Disney, I covered my Google and the profit yesterday. I don't know what it was, bro. Sometimes, sometimes I feel like it's like a sixth sense, dude. Like I literally looked up. Something told me to look at my phone, and when I did, I noticed Disney was up huge. I noticed Google was up huge, and it was right when they were at the high of the day. It was right at the middle of the day. It was at it was right at it was right at noon, or like it was right at 12 p.m. market time. And like I looked at Disney, I looked at Google, they were up huge, and I literally sprinted over to my computer and cut both of those trades because I understood CPIs today, and that's a big, big day. Today's a big day. Yeah, but John D, fundamentals are going to trump technicals every time, brother. Every time. And it's not really an argument I want to get into. We had somebody here who was arguing with me about it the other, not too long ago. And again, the logic is very simple. It's like, look, fundamental releases and economic releases are going to trump any technical pattern on the chart. So like if CPI comes out and there's the biggest technical pattern ever and CPI drops at the same time and CPI is hot, the market's still going to fall. There could be the most bullish technical pattern on any chart. If bearish CPI data comes out, the market's dropping. And so that's the thing people really need to understand is that like technicals are good, but they're good to a certain extent. Like you don't want to just blindly use technicals without looking at the fundamental reasons for things, right? Technicals are important. I'm not saying they're not. But number one, the more you zoom out, the less relevant technicals are. And when there's economic releases happening, technicals mean less, is basically the truth, right? When economic releases, and I've been trading every day technically for 6 years. But again, I think it's a very obvious and self-evident thing that fundamentals are going to trump technicals every time. If they release at the same time, the fundamental release is the more important. Yeah, you could use both for sure. Yeah, you could use both. Yeah, you could obviously use technicals. I'm not saying you don't use technicals. What I'm saying is that you don't get technical reactions like you get from CPI, from rate hike decisions, from Jerome Powell meetings. You just don't see market activity like that from technicals. You get reactions to technicals, but they're more subtle. Okay, and that's the big thing to understand. You don't get volume influxes like you do with economic data, right? So in that regard, it's just an obvious thing. It's not something I want to argue about again today. I think anybody that understands the market, I mean, I think some people are biased to the technical side because they trade only technicals, but I think you got to understand the significance of economic releases and the volume that causes to rush in. And I think trading's all about volume. Yeah, but I mean, Lee, I get it, but volume is going to trump all that from economic releases, But technicals are important. I use technicals every day. Hey, what's up, No Mode? I use fractal points for big data drops. Yeah, I'm not saying there's no edge there. I'm really not. What I'm saying is like, you don't want to look only at technicals on economic release days. Like the fundamental things are actually more important, and they're gonna more highly influence the market on those days over any technical pattern or setup. Lost big staying in during CPI data release. Learned my lesson. Good morning. What's up, Lynn? Yeah, I cut everything yesterday. Again, I don't know if it was a sixth sense or what, but I looked at my chart and Disney was right at the highs of the day. If you look at where I cut Disney and Google, I got out basically at the highs of the day yesterday. So look, here's my Disney exit. Here's my Disney exit. I ended up cutting it right at the highs of the day yesterday. Literally right at the top. Look at that. Right at the top. I don't know if it was a 6 cents or what, but I cut that one right at the highs yesterday. Google, same thing. I'm pretty sure I got out pretty close near the highs here as well. Let me see. Yeah, I got out right at the high of the day for Google too. So yeah, here's my Google exit. I cut my Google trade a little bit more so at the opening bell, but I think considering everything, I scaled out at the right times. You know, I think these are the good scale outs. Oh, for sure. They said they play a role 100% after the move settles down. But that's the point, is that the move has to settle down first before technicals are really in play. Because again, like, and it's not really something I want to argue about. I probably should just ignore the question. But when economic releases happen, you get volume influxes. Okay. So you get volume influxes that happen when you get volume influxes that happen when economic releases happen. Secret on the go, my guy, man. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. That's every day, man. That's every day with the big donations. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate it, man. CPI was 6.4%. 6.4%. How big is the impact of the CPI outcome? It's big, Secret. It's the biggest influence over the market for the most part. Except for, like, it varies. CPI report is the biggest consistent move that the stock market will see every month. The biggest consistent move that the market will see every month, outside of other, like, big economic factors like the bank collapse. CPI is the biggest influential thing in the market for the most part. The only other arguable thing would maybe be rate hike decisions, but those don't happen every month. Those happen every 6 weeks. And sometimes those are less volatile than CPI, because a lot of the time the rate hikes will be as expected. And so the move from rate hikes actually occurs the week prior to the rate hike being announced, because everybody's kind of front loading into the perceived rate that they think is going to show up. And so CPI is the biggest influence of the market for the most part, except for maybe earnings, depending on which earnings it is. Like Apple earnings or Amazon earnings and stuff like that will move markets a lot. Nvidia earnings will too. But CPI is the biggest consistent one. But yeah, thank you so much, MYR. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I don't even have to look up how much it is. I know it's about $33 US. So thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. That's amazing, man. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate the love and support. No, you just vote less than 6%. There's so much FUD about banks. But when I come here, I know I'll get calm and level-headedness. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Jimmy. We appreciate it, man. Your dedication to the validity of the data in these releases is admirable. Hey, thank you. Yeah, CPI is one of the biggest releases here. It's just really, really, really important. And again, CPI is inflation, right? Now the Fed actually uses like PCE inflation sometimes a little bit heavier. So the Fed actually uses like PCE inflation. Also, guys, hit the like button if you haven't already, guys. Hit the notification bell. We certainly appreciate it. So the release is in an hour and a half, roughly. About an hour and a half. It's about 7 right now. But yeah, basically, so there's many different sides to the inflation look, or the inflation data, right? So there's CPI, which is the consumer price index. It's the biggest reaction the market gets. The Fed actually uses PCE, which is the personal consumption expenditure report. That's kind of one of the things that the Fed uses a lot. But the Fed still very much looks at CPI, of course, and PPI. But again, you got to understand the two different sides of it. You got CPI, which is consumer inflation. right? So it's basically how much prices have gone up for us at consumers. And then PPI is tomorrow. So PPI is tomorrow at the same time at 8:30. It drops tomorrow. What PPI is the other side of that inflation gauge, right? So CPI is consumers, it's buyer inflation. PPI is seller inflation. It's the producer price index. So it's how much prices have gone up and down for businesses and sellers, essentially. Both of them are very important. And then jobless claims data will influence stuff. On Thursday, we've got a lot of reports as well coming out that are big influence as well. So a lot of inflation numbers coming out this week. You might think that CPI and PPI are the only inflation numbers, but that's not true at all. Tomorrow, we actually have retail sales, which obviously is another kind of gauge of how bad pricing and inflation is at this current time. We also have the New York Empire State Manufacturing Index dropping tomorrow at 8:30. And then Thursday, we have building permits, inflation gauge, housing starts, real estate, Philly Fed Index, another inflation gauge, and manufacturing gauge. So a lot of stuff happening this week, a lot of really important stuff here. So Schwab pulling back some. And again, if we get a big drop during the CPI report, I might just buy stuff up, to be honest. Hey, thank you, Chris. I appreciate it, man. Bro, trust me, I don't like getting up this early, dude. I'm tired. But honestly, another green group of swing trades, man. My swing trades, bro, I got to look up the accuracy for these. They've been so accurate. Like, I'm ending green on a large majority of my swing trades. So we cut Disney and Google in the profit as well. Again, another green profitable trade. Cut right at the top. Got out right at the top. So not too bad, man. I will take it. Talk about the rate hike decision. So yeah, the rate hike decision on Wednesday of next week, Steven. Steven says, talk about the rate hike decision. I got you, man. So the rate hike decision on Wednesday of next week is big. So the procedure goes like this, right? Every 6 weeks, the Fed is going to meet to talk about and raise potential rates. Every 6 weeks. It's the FOMC meeting, the rate hike decision, whatever you want to call it, right? We stream the whole thing live. And so the way that works is that at 2 p.m., they're going to release the rate hike decision. They're going to do it on the Fed website. You'll be able to tune into this live stream, and we'll cover that as soon as it drops. We'll cover the rate change as soon as it comes out. So whether it's 0 as a pivot, whether it's 25 basis points, whether it's anything outside of that, we will stream that entire thing completely live on stream. So at 2 p.m., the rate hike decision is going to be announced. And then at 2:30, Jerome Powell, Big Papa, is going to be doing a press conference, and we're going to stream the entire thing. And a lot of the time, people already know what the rate hike is going to be. And so a lot of what matters during these rate hike decisions are Jerome Powell's tone, like what he talks about, what his optimism levels are, stuff like that when Jerome Powell does his press conference and the associated Q&A that comes with that, right? That's going to influence markets a lot. But this is also one of those Fed rate hike decisions where we could do something outside of the normal range that we think, right? So this is one of those rate hike ceremonies where we could do something outside of the normal range, where it's a little bit less sure what rate hike the Fed is going to choose. And so what that means is volatility. That means that if we do something outside of what's expected, we could have big volatility from the rate hike decision. And again, that happens every 6 weeks. And then weeks after that, we get the Fed minutes report. But yeah, the next one is on March 22nd at 2 p.m. They're going to release the rate hike decision, how much they're going to raise rates. And then at 2:30, they're going to stream. We're going to stream the press conference here and watch the full thing live as it happens. SPY very quiet today. Very slow SPY right now. Very slow market. People are usually apprehensive ahead of these big reports. So, yeah, for sure, Pawn. It's been a struggle for me from the time change. Honestly, at this point, I wish they would just leave the time alone. Bitcoin going through 25K if CPI comes in. Hey, thank you, Dan. Yeah, Bitcoin's been ripping up, man. Hey, what's up, Jeff? My third best. Hey, thank you, bro. All right, so there's 7 o'clock on the dot. Yeah, Bitcoin MS. I see Bitcoin pumping up, bro. Bitcoin about to hit 25K as we speak here. I'll put it up. Here's Bitcoin on the right. Look at Bitcoin, guys. About to hit 25K. Throw Bitcoin up there. Hey, what's up, Kelly? This was the last time change. We won't change it again going forward. You mean us like the country? Honestly, I hope we get rid of daylight savings time. I hate it, man. There's no reason for me to be this tired. There's just no freaking reason for me to be this tired, bro. Yeah, for sure. It's either going to be 25 or a pause. I don't think it's going to be 50. I think 50 would be chaos. I think 50 would be pouring gasoline on the fire right now. Even though the 50 is what we need for inflation, but I think the banks aren't going to be able to handle it. And then it's just going to cause more problems. Bitcoin going to 26 today. I hope it does, bro. I really do. I hope it does, man. We got a bunch of votes on Twitter too. So 37 or 38% think we're going to come in hot. 25% think we're going to come in as expected, and 38% think we're going to come in lower than expected. Pretty split on the YouTube polls, the Twitter polls. YouTube, we got a poll going live right now. We got about 500 votes. 34% think we're going to come in low. 40% think we're going to come in high, and 26% think we're going to come in as expected here. Yeah, let me know what you guys think. Yeah, naps are cool, bro. Yeah, again, I'm a napper. The problem with me is that it's hard for me to sleep. Carol will just fall asleep in the middle of the day when it's nap time. Carol will just fall asleep, bro. She just goes to sleep so easy during nap time. For me, it's like anytime I'm under pressure to sleep, I can't sleep, right? So if I know I have to sleep, it's hard for me to sleep. It doesn't matter how tired I am. If I know I have to sleep, it's too hard. All right, market bounced it up a little bit. Look at that, 387s here, over 387s. Let's see if it actually holds that level. We hit 388s, 387.80s at the top. Tesla bounced it up a little bit on this report too, or ahead of this report as well. There might be some chop ahead of this though, some sideways action ahead of this. So if we come in as expected or below, the market should be green, assuming yes. Yeah, for sure, Chris. I doubt 50's coming. That would kind of pour gas on the fire right now. Yeah, for sure. I've seen it. But what I'm saying is that they don't know for sure what the Fed's going to do this time. This one's changing a little bit. I think this is one of the less sure ones. It's one of the ones where we're less sure what we're going to show here. You know. All right, guys. Tesla moving up as well. SPY still consolidating, but very slow, choppy price action today. And a lot of people are nervous ahead of this. Look how choppy the market is right now. So again, very, very choppy market right now. We don't know what we're going to get today. All I know is that it'll be very influential. You know, big data. We got over 400 people here already, and it's like 7 a.m. So let's see what we get. So today is just inflation. The rate hike decision is going to be on the 22nd. Well, it depends on Bitcoin. It depends on what CPI shows up as. Yeah, for sure, Beach. Yeah, if y'all want some good swing trading content, check out Beach Bum's channel here. I'll post this link. Good channel. Solid swing trading content. Check him out here. He was on Benzinga a few days ago. So check him out. Here's the link. But yeah, so Bitcoin almost up to 25K. Yeah, there's the link in chat if you want to check it out. Random question. Anyone know what the newsfeed platform connects to Webull? I love Webull, but seems like nothing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't use Webull a ton. What's your take on hitting October lows? I think if we're gonna hit lows, it's gonna be sometime over the next couple days, maybe. You know. I think I've had a lot of people yell and crash over the last 2 years. But I think one of the situations where we could do that, and I'm not saying we will, one of the situations where we could do that, and I've talked about this over the last couple weeks really, is that Jerome Powell saying bearish tone during his congressional and House testimonies, unemployment getting worse, drop in the market on unemployment day, Friday. CPI coming in hot today and PPI coming in hot tomorrow. If all of that stuff comes in bad, as well as Thursday we have a big economic release too. Again, if all of that stuff comes in hot, that could be the perfect storm of weakness to make us hit lows. You know, I'm not saying that's what we're going to hit. I'm not saying that's what we're going to see. But it's possible. You know, it's possible. How hard is it for the SPY to flip the 189 gain and go all red before market open? Oh yeah, SPY can certainly break this. It's CPI today. So the SPY, when CPI report comes out, just to show you the last one, right? The last one I think was on the same day. So let's look at the last one here. So the last CPI report was right here. Or no. No. So I think the last CPI report was right here. So here was the last report. It dropped from 416 down to 410. I think that's when the last one was. Irregardless. Yeah, I might chase some banks. It depends on if we drop from the CPI report. Like, if we tank from CPI, then I might chase some stuff. All right, so Bitcoin trying to pump up here. Again, I'm not buying anything ahead of this. It's just too much risk. The market is basically flat right now. Here's a 1 minute chart of the SPY. Market's moving a little bit, but yeah, market's essentially flat. Yeah, Bitcoin's been ripping up. Irregardless, yeah. Irregardless is the worst word that I hear people use. Like, if you use the word irregardless, people are silently judging you. You know why? It's because irregardless is not a word. You know? It's a word that people who don't know any better use to try to sound smart, but it's not an actual word. Irregardless is not a word. If you use irregardless, I'm silently judging you. All right. All right, so yeah, bank giants JP Morgan and Chase and Citigroup are trying to handle the largest movement of deposits in over a decade. Wow, dude. Did anybody see this, bro? This is actually crazy, dude. So Jim Cramer, I'm going to put this into perspective, bro. This is genuinely crazy, dude. All right, so they talk about Cramer curse a lot. Tesla rip it up almost to 176. All right, so they're talking about the Cramer curse. Okay. I'm going to move this to this side. All right, so here's FRC. Okay. Wow. You can't make it up, dude. So Jim Cramer said, wow. Jim Cramer said, just listen, guys. Jim Cramer said, here that FRC, quote, is the new focus. Very good bank, FRC. So Jim Cramer said FRC was a good bank here on Twitter. And then the next day, crazy. So Jim Cramer basically, the Cramer curse is real. FRC rip it up though to $40. So let's watch that. Well, it's regardless. The word is regardless. You know, like I'm gonna use irregardless, regardless of whether it's a real word. You know, that's you know, there's some context for you. It's regardless. What bank stocks are justified buys right now? I don't know. I'm looking at Bank of America. It's still at 30. Maybe BAC here. Bank of America is still down a lot. Over the last year, it's dropped essentially 25%. So I think there might be an argument for a BAC dip buy. It depends on what CPI shows up as, though. We get some big drops from CPI report, then I might buy it up. But I think I have to wait for some better value there. Yo, John, did you ever obsess over long position you closed and mooned? No, because I'm pretty wimpy with where I exited. I mean, I'm okay with it. Like I said, I cut my Disney trade yesterday. I cut my Google trade yesterday when they were basically at the highs of the day. I showed this a few different times, but I cut Disney at like 93.70s, 93.80s, literally at the top of the day yesterday. I covered Google basically at the same spot yesterday too, right around 92.50s, 93s. So I got out literally right at the high of the day yesterday. But I'm pretty wimpy with my exits here, so I cut my trades very quickly, and I've basically gotten used to not worrying about whether it pushes up after I get out. Like there's some trades that I called out a long time ago. I called out Disney at like 85. Disney ended up ripping to 110 or so, 120 afterwards, and so. What I will say is that you really got to tune everybody else out. Every time I bought Disney at 85, 90, when I bought Google down there, I had a bunch of people that tried to talk me out of it, tried to shame me for buying it. You know, those people, the people who are trying to shame you from taking positions are usually the people who know the least, to be honest. And so that's one of the things I think you got to do is you got to just learn to tune everybody else out. I certainly do. No offense to anybody here. Yeah, I'm desensitized for sure to it. I do it enough to where it doesn't matter too much. I'm used to missing out on some stuff, you know. All right, guys. Look at FRC fly back up here. So this is an interesting dynamic of the market right now. Look at FIC up to 41s currently. Yeah. Yeah, to be honest, I mean, I'm going to be very careful with how I say this because, like, so far, my swing trading has been somewhat easy. You know, nothing's easy in life. I'm not saying it's going to be easy for anybody else. But I think when you put up the edge of, like, waiting for big extended pullbacks, like, people act like I hate technicals, right? I certainly don't hate technicals. I use technicals a lot with my swing trades. I look for healthy blue chips. So I look for fundamental, you know, stuff too. But I just wait for big pullbacks over a couple day period. We pull back really big over a few day period where everybody else is screaming the sky's falling. I usually just buy that dip and I just wait a day or two and it bounces back like Google and Disney did. And so I think the edge that you can have in blue chips with regards to swing trading, if you could just be patient and wait for weakness, like buying into weakness is, unless we crash, the only thing is like if we do crash and I'm unlucky enough to be in a trade, then, you know, so be it. But I think that's so rare happening that it doesn't matter too much. And again, I'm flat now. I don't trust anything now. I cut everything ahead of CPI report. I'm holding 3 stocks right now, AMC, HKD, and MSGM. And these are just old bags that I bought 1 share of. I'm literally holding 1 share of HKD and 1 share of MSGM. So just kind of played around trades where it's like, I could sell this, but I think what's the point? Like, I might as well sit on it. It's 1 share of each. And then AMC, I've been in for like a year now, I think, or something like that. So I'll just stay in those. But basically, I'm flat and everything else. And those don't really follow the market either. But yeah, look at First Republic. Rip it up. So higher CPI, Nick, is going to mean drops in Bitcoin and market. So we go up and we come in higher than expected for CPI. It's going to cause drops everywhere, including Bitcoin. Bitcoin's just following the market for the most part on days like this. Not always. Like Bitcoin's obviously been much stronger than the market has lately. But Bitcoin's been stronger than the market has. But when CPI comes out, it's going to follow the market for the most part. Like CPI comes in really low, Bitcoin's going to shoot up. CPI comes in really high, Bitcoin's going to drop. And that's almost the certain reaction to it. Yeah, so First Republic at 42s. No, the market's not following Bitcoin. Market's not following Bitcoin. If it was, the market would be up a lot more than where it's at now. Bitcoin's up actually really big percentages over the last couple days. It's up to almost 25K right now. It's just underneath it. It's at 24.9 thousand. But yeah, don't get it twisted. The market is not following Bitcoin. It's actually the other way around. Bitcoin's following the market to a certain extent, at least on days like today. All right, guys, markets are all shooting up, though. So markets are all looking healthy right now. So, yeah, markets are shooting up. Everything looks pretty healthy. All right, look at Bitcoin up almost to 24.5K. It's at 24 point, or it's almost at 25K. It's at 24.93 thousand right now for Bitcoin. Huge moves up. Yeah, to a certain extent, Bitcoin's going to do what it wants. I'm not saying it always follows the market. I'm saying generally with CPI report, it follows the CPI report. So basically, just like low inflation is good for stocks, it's good for crypto too. All right, so we get lower than expected CPI report, markets are going to fly, including Bitcoin. And it's not a for sure thing. Like there is some variance there in that regard. Like sometimes it comes in differently, but generally, if we're looking at the consistent reaction from CPI and Bitcoin and cryptocurrency as a whole, really lower inflation is going to be seen as a positive in most investment classes like Bitcoin or stocks in the S&P 500 or whatever it is, right? So in that regard, higher than expected CPI is bad and it'll make Bitcoin fall, and lower than expected CPI is good and will make Bitcoin go up. Generally, it's never a for sure thing. We really don't know, but generally, yes. All right, guys. So yeah, big day today, man. Big day today, to be honest. Here, First Republic still making moves. These are always my favorite days because we get so many people here for these. We get thousands and thousands. You got Peter Schiff out here talking bad about Bitcoin. He's saying just because Bitcoin spiked 20% as a result of the long-awaited Fed pivot. We don't even know if the Fed's going to pivot yet, though, to be honest. All right, guys. So SPY up to 388. All right, look at the SPY just break highs here, guys. Basically right up to 388, just underneath that. Tesla popping up over 176. Bitcoin pulled back a little bit right under 25K, but the market is bouncing back here. They're basically saying that SIVB management, and this is from Wall Street Journal, that management screwed up interest rates, underestimated customer withdrawals, hired the wrong people, and failed to sell equity for SIVB here. Yeah, I think they just hired inexperienced people. There's the SPY, rip it up to 388. 388. The Fed is 100% going to pivot. They either pause outright in concert with a weak neutral, or they raise 25 and communicate a pause. Yeah, 100% right. I think that could happen for sure. I know they're going to pivot soon. What I'm talking about is they might not pivot during the next actual rate hike. I think there's a high chance they do. I think my guess is they'll do 25 for this next meeting, or for the next rate hike decision on the 26th. My guess is they'll do 25, but of course I really don't know for sure. We're just kind of speculating. SPY popping up though at 388. Bitcoin at 24.9, basically, still hanging out there. No, I think low CPI is going to be seen as a positive overall, all the way around. Of course, it could be different, but I think low CPI is going to be interpreted as a positive. Part of me wants to buy a little bit of like Citigroup. I'm looking at like JP Morgan or Citigroup. I think that this Citigroup has dropped a lot from all this, right? But I think in that regard, they're still going to be fine, and it's still around the lows. And I think Citigroup, JP Morgan, a few other banks are going to be okay buys. But again, I'm going to wait for CPI to show up. Michael Burry said moments ago, this crisis could resolve very quickly. I am not seeing true danger here. And that was yesterday. Burry tweeted that. So, interesting. SPY up to 388 now. I'm in my early 30s. I've been trading for 6-7 years every day. CPI is at 830. I'm honestly surprised for Monday. Is the green candle due to the bailout or high potential pivot? Isn't the rate hike supposed to lead something like this breaking anyway? But you got to understand extension in this regard here. Okay. So like, you really got to understand this. Like, it's not going to be a never ending streak of red, So like leading up to this from over the last week, the market has fallen like big numbers here. So like, As of the last week, the market has done this. Big drops, big drops. We're not just going to keep falling down. We're not going to crash essentially from this because people understand it's just one bank. But yesterday, when we're down so much in pre like this, when we're like that, extension is there. So the higher likelihood that we'll bounce, back up. So just extension on the downside. We went all the way down to 380s. So I mean, just a lot of extension. Wow, my guy, man. Thank you so much, dude. Hey, man, that's $130, bro. Oh, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Shout out to my guy, MS, man. Hey, good luck, bro. He said I'm long in 90 Bitcoin from 24.4. Hey, good luck, bro. Be careful. Understand, just again, I have no idea what's going to happen here, brother. And I appreciate the donation so much, man. Thank you so much, bro. I truly do appreciate it. Just be careful, brother. Be careful, man. I think Bitcoin's right around the highs, right around a psychological level like 25K. And so while I understand the magnetized pull that it's going to have towards $25,000 sometimes, I also think that we're close to highs, and I think the CPI report is going to influence Bitcoin heavily. And so I think if inflation comes in hot, if CPI comes in much higher than expected, Bitcoin's going to fall, brother. And so just be careful, man. I'm not saying that happens. I really don't know. I don't want to influence your positions. Not an investment professional. I have no idea what's going to happen here, brother. I appreciate the donation so much, man. Thank you so much. Just be careful, bro. Good luck, man. I hope you make some money, brother. I'm flat on everything, so I don't really have any big bias in any direction necessarily. But good luck, brother. Well, yeah, it's several, but one bank is specifically going out of business. Now, other ones might fail too, but we've yet to really see those yet. He's always been a meme, contradicting himself, And I like Burry. I just don't think he's been basically screaming crash every year for the last 5 years. So like again, even if he's right this time, he's basically running at 20% accuracy. And so it's just one of those things where I think people put a lot of weight in what he says, but he's been wrong most of the time. And even if he is right now, he's been basically calling this for 5 years. So I mean, is he really right, or is he just kind of throwing darts at a dartboard and eventually hitting it? I wish someone donate me $100. Hey, we'll build up a community of 100,000+, and I'm sure they will. Do you think we see a rush to Bitcoin as the new gold hedge? Maybe. I mean, Bitcoin's popping up big. I think Bitcoin's popping up big out of the odds of a pivot is what Bitcoin's running up. Bitcoin's running up because people are expecting either 25 or 0 for the rate hike on the 22nd, and that's good for Bitcoin. But yeah, look at the SPY rip, man. SPY pop it up, Tesla rip it up. SPY all the way to 388. Tapped the whole dollar here. Got up to 388.30. So Bitcoin market moving up. Let's see if Bitcoin continues. Bitcoin did dip a little bit here. Yeah, SPY broke highs. Well, there's a lot of, honestly, Bora, there's a lot of reasons Bitcoin is running up. It's not just one. It could be a hedge for gold. It could be the rate hike pivot, maybe. It could be the CZ news. We're going to cover a lot of it today, I think. We're going to be doing a crypto show later on today, so just stick around. We'll cover all the news that came out over the last couple of days. If you want to sub to that channel, it's called Beginner Crypto. It's youtube.com/Beginner Crypto. There's the link. Check it out. Give your boy a sub. What is CPI exactly, and how will it influence the market? CPI is the biggest inflationary metric that the market looks at. So when we're looking at economic and economic data, CPI is the king of inflation metrics. Okay, it's what most of the market looks at to determine how bad prices and inflation currently are in this country, as well as it's just causes the biggest influence over market activity. CPI specifically stands for the Consumer Price Index. They go by percentages, and the expected percentage today is 6%. But you always got to understand it's all relative to expectations in that way. So higher or lower will influence everything. So if we come in higher than that, it's going to cause a negative market response because it's going to signal higher inflation. So right now they're expecting 6% on the month. They're expecting 0.4%. We come in higher than those, market's going to drop almost certainly. We come in lower than those, we show up at like 5.5%, 5.6%. Market's going to rip up almost certainly. And the same thing with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is going to follow that logic as well for the most part. Now, we don't know for sure, and no reaction is guaranteed because nothing's guaranteed in the market. We don't really know like what the market's going to do, but we can look at probabilities pretty safely there and understand higher is going to equal negative market reaction, and response is going to be equal worse sentiment, and people are going to say, oh no, prices are higher, that's bad, inflation's bad, that's going to cause fear, people are going to sell. If we come in lower than expected, people are going to say, hey, prices are getting better, that's going to cause optimism, and all of this is going to influence. This drops, CPI drops once a month, right? So once a month CPI comes out, literally once a month. So every 30 days we get CPI. Every 6 weeks we get the rate hike decision. And the Fed actually uses PCE, which is the personal consumption expenditure, a little bit heavier weighted with regards to inflation. But they certainly look at CPI. They certainly look at PPI as well. They kind of use a basket of all of them. But every 6 weeks the Fed will use the inflation data we've gotten since the last meeting, and they'll raise rates appropriately. If it's really bad inflation territory, they will raise rates aggressively with the goal of discouraging spending. When you discourage spending, businesses must lower prices in order to remain competitive because spending dried up. So that's essentially what we're looking at, and that's why inflation metrics like CPI are so important. Yeah, we got about an hour. SPY's still moving up. Tesla broke highs, got up to 176. Is there an argument for a Tesla dip buy here? I don't know. Will the banks call CPI to be higher or lower? Well, they could. Yeah, just be careful. I've cut all my swing trades right now, just because the volatility from today, tomorrow, Thursday are big enough to where I want to cut out of my swing trades and be flat. But again, I don't know what y'all should do, but I just don't like the risk of sitting on this because, again, CPI is just a really big influence. And if you want to day trade some of this volatility, again, the futures market, there's no PDT rule. So you can day trade and short in futures, no PDT restriction. That's what a lot of people don't understand, is that you can essentially day trade the SPY in futures without restricted by the PDT rule. Like, look, this is the same price action as this. You can see the right is the same as the middle. But you can day trade this right side in futures, no PDT rule. And if you want to try out futures without taking on a lot of risk and really test your trading skill, try out a funded account program. Honestly, they get some hate, but they're the easiest way to test your skill without taking on a lot of risk. They give you a demo, and they give you a profit target and a max loss and some other rules to follow. And if you can pass their profitability test and hit their profit target while following their rules, they actually legitimately fund you as a proprietary trader between $50,000 to $150,000 with a 90% split. If you lose, is not the end of the world, but it's a beautiful test of your skill, and it's a great way to get your foot in the door without taking on a lot of risk. It's a lower barrier of entry. The base one's $140. It's the 50K combine. If you pass it, you get 50K in funding with a 90% split, and they're regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, and they pay out millions, fund thousands of traders a year. They are a sponsor of mine, but it really is the easiest way to get started day trading without taking on a lot of risk and test your skill as a trader. And so here it is. Check out the link. Great way to help support your boy here in the channel. Yeah, so SPY just hit 388s, rejected at that 388 top. You can see the E-mini rejecting at the same time there. And we're still looking at Bitcoin. Link is in the description. Yeah, the CPI streams are always funny. The big streams, everybody will be like, when's it start, guys? When is it? When is it? It's like, bro, there might be right underneath me, like right here, there might be the time, the exact time that it comes out. Might be right underneath me, right around here, you know. I'm not going to say it is, but it could be right here. All right. There also might be a timer right over there. You see right over there? Yay over there. Do I have big hands? Are my hands big? They look big. Top 3 greatest hands ever right now. ADD, guys. Don't blame me. Can you label the timer? No, I can't. I could, but it's going to be terrible looking, man. I could try. Yeah, all good, Scratch. I'm just kind of messing with you. I understand. I try to answer it as much as I can. Yeah, it stops at 8:30, but there's a timer, and so we got 52 minutes here, regardless of whether you're from here. You know, 52 minutes. Too much typing, right? Flexing my typing skills. All right, guys. Let me know what your prediction is for CPI. Do y'all think we're going to come in hot? Do you think we're going to come in low? Do you think we're going to come in as expected? Do you think the market's going to go up, down, sideways? What do you think Bitcoin's going to do? Do you think the bank stocks will do well if inflation comes in low? All good. Yeah, it's all good, Scratch. I'm just kind of messing with y'all, and it's all good, man. Like I said, my job is to help traders anyway, so if y'all need help, I'll answer the question. It's all good, man. This stream is a bear nest. I mean, ironically, because I'm a pretty bullish, optimistic trader. Now, I don't just blindly enter, and I don't hold forever. I usually I swing trade on the long side. But what are y'all expecting? We trade futures, stocks, crypto, a little bit of everything, Brent. Yeah, I'm flat on everything, though. Just ahead of these CPI reports, you got to understand the big influence these reports are. These are big influences over market activity, right? So regardless of what big technical pattern you're looking at on the chart, these reports are going to trump that to a certain extent. And so I got flat on all my swing trades. What I will do, though, is if we get a big drop today and tomorrow, I might start buying up some stuff again. It just depends on how big the drop is. If we drop too much, we're in kind of crash territory, and obviously I don't feel like holding through that. So it depends on how it depends on the extent of the drops that we get today. If we drop, you know, if we move up, I'll probably not buy anything either. I'll probably just wait for pullbacks. No, there's no meeting for CPI. It's a report that's released at 8:30. And again, we'll have thousands of people here when it comes out. Thousands of people tune into these because we cover the data very, very, very fast, right? So we're known for covering it quickly here. So you'll be able to watch it. We'll read the report and the number and interpret it literally as soon as it comes out, man. You'll be able to see all of it. I don't know what the data is going to be. I really don't know. Nobody really does. I mean, I would prefer the market to go up, Dylan. I don't know if I favor one side too much. Like I said, I cut everything. If you guys remember, a lot of the time, I think like sometimes bears just disagree with me. And so when I'm like, hey, I don't know if we necessarily have to crash. And I'll even preface it most of the time with like, hey, we could crash. But it's not something that absolutely has to happen. When I say that, people act like I'm just rooting for the market, or that I think the market's just going to never-endingly go up. If you guys remember, ahead of the Jerome Powell press conferences, last week, I cut everything, and justifiably so, because the market dumped. But I cut all my positions, was very open about being flat ahead of those reports because I thought the market would drop, and that's exactly what we got. And so while I want the market to go up, it doesn't necessarily, like my predictions or my guesses or my sentiment is not always bullish. I don't always have a bullish sentiment. And again, all you got to do is look back at some of those calls I made last week ahead of the Jerome Powell meeting and hear me say, hey, I'm cutting everything, because I think what I thought was exactly what happened, which is that I thought that we've had worse inflationary data between last week's Jerome Powell meeting and the meeting before that. And so I thought Jerome Powell would update his expectations and his stance considering the worse inflationary data that we got over the prior 30 days, right? And so I thought he'd be a little bit more bearish, a little bit more hawkish, and he absolutely was. So cutting all my positions there was a good move. But yeah, do I want the market to go up? Sure, I want the market to go up. We all should, to be honest. Oh, for sure. Yeah, long term, absolutely, man. The biggest edge you'll ever have in markets, as you said, is long term value investing, like the S&P 500. And again, we could look at this, right? But it's very easy to prove. Of course, we're bearish on the year, so we're down on the year. But the biggest edge you ever have, if you put up a max chart, here's the SPY, right? This is over this is a 10-year period, right? So the SPY has 3x'd over 10 years. And that's the biggest long term edge you will ever have in the market. The biggest long-term edge. And the problem I have with some bears is that if you listen to bears, nobody's going to capitalize on any of this right here. So like if you listen to the bears, they're going to always tell you never to buy. They're going to always tell you never to buy. And so you're going to miss out on the biggest edge. Like Warren Buffett value investing, researching blue chip healthy companies, diversifying into those companies and sitting on those for 10 years plus is the biggest edge you will ever have in the market. It's the most sure thing that you'll ever have in the market. So it's just that's something I preach about a lot, because I think it's really important for people to understand how it really is. Bitcoin bounced back up, bounced at 24.7. I think the markets need to go down to flush all the zombie companies and bring down PE multiples and create no opportunity. Yeah, for sure. I could understand a correction. But that's not what I'm talking about, though. Like, the thing to understand is, like, I'm not just talking about the last 10 years. I am talking about the last century of price action. Okay, I am talking about this. Here's the S&P 500. I am talking about this. I'm talking about over the last 70, 80, 100 years, the biggest long-term edge statistically is value investing into blue chip companies. And again, I think betting against blue chips long term, and you need to understand the time frame, which is very long term. Like, we're not talking about 5 years, we're talking about 20 years, 30 years. The biggest edge you will ever have is blue chip value investing into blue chips over a long period of time. And so I think all traders, it's very important for traders. Like, we can day trade, and day trading is fine. We can swing trade like I do, and swing trading is fine. But in my opinion, you need to have a long-term portfolio. I think that's the smartest move you could ever have. I think if you don't have that, you're not letting the real way the market works for us work. And it's just an inflationary hedge. If you invest, you're going to keep up with inflation for the most part. You're not going to lose money to inflation. And that's the big thing that people understand, is that it's just hedging against inflation long term. That's the value of the stock market as a whole. Yeah, Tesla's a blue chip. And I mean, you can be biased. I'm bearish sometimes, so I'm not against you, bears. Bears, if you hear me saying this, I'm not against you. Okay, as long as you can acknowledge that, like, long term, the market's probably going to go up, and that's probably a pretty profound edge. Then I understand being short biased on any, looking into any up close look at anything. I understand being short biased. I understand being short biased right now. I mean, I'm pretty flat on everything ahead of all this stuff. So I mean, I get it. I really do. I get it. I understand. So it's just about long term, like a weekly chart, stuff's going to go up. If CPI shows under 6%, then prices will go up. Well, yeah, so stocks will probably generally go up. Yeah, I understand. Again, I understand, Kenneth. It's all good. Y'all don't have to trade this way. Like, I'm not saying you have to trade this way. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, you got a lot of people who are, like, trying to short these blue chip healthy companies long term. And I think that's a sucker's bet. I think that's kind of I think that's something that it has a very low likelihood of success. Now, mid caps, on the other hand, I think mid caps, and again, I'm talking about like long term. Like, I'm talking about long term shorts. Short term shorts, I wish I could have shorted Peloton a year ago, because honestly, I was talking about how weak Peloton was. Peloton literally coming out with virtual reality rowing machines. Virtual reality toothbrushes next. Like thousands of dollars for a virtual reality rowing machine. We did a poll. We asked people, would you rather have a Peloton VR bicycle or an actual bicycle? And everybody chose actual bicycle. And so Peloton was one of those companies that was obviously going to fail, obviously overestimated their strength. And they have just failed big over the last couple of years. BYND is another one. BYND, Beyond Meat, overestimated their interest. Too expensive to produce, not good enough, don't have enough interest in it, don't have enough people actually wanting to buy it. So there's some mid caps. I think if you're going to short, what I would short is mid caps, right? And I think the reason you short mid caps is because blue chips are going to go up most of the time long term. You could bet against Apple, you could bet against Disney, you could bet against Walmart. Long term, it's a sucker's bet. But mid cap specifically, BYND, Peloton, stuff like that, those are the stocks to short. Those are the stocks where you can make big money, because again, you just look for overhype. You look for too much hype, not enough actual interest, and you're going to have some good money to make there, I think. Yeah, Meta's, there's some blue chips that I think investing into is risky, to be honest. Yeah, for sure, Brent. But I think the whole point of value investing is that there is no bad entries, brother. You do dollar cost averaging, man. You DCA into some of these, then the entry doesn't matter as much. And I think that's the whole point, is that long-term DCAing and long-term outlook kind of curbs a lot of volatility, regardless of when you enter the position, Yeah, 6.1% will be pretty close to neutral. It doesn't actually mean too much, but Citigroup upgraded Schwab. All right, SPY just tapped over highs again, hit 388.40s here, 388.40s. Yeah, I'm not buying NVIDIA. The reason I'm not buying NVIDIA is just because it's up so much right now. NVIDIA has bounced back over 100% since September of last year. September of last year, NVIDIA was at basically $100. It's at almost 250s right now. It's just really overpriced for me personally. Not maybe not long term, but I think short term, it's too high up there for my taste. Like, I don't want to buy it. Just like I don't want to buy Netflix right now. I think Netflix is too high. I think Netflix has basically gone from 160s all the way to 300 plus over the last 7 or 8 months. It's a pretty big ride back. And I think that just in terms of extension, it might be short term on the upside. And so for that reason, like, again, I need value discounts. When I'm buying blue chips, and when I swing trade, I've got a very high accuracy. I am green on the year swing trading, like I've explained it. So I wouldn't be able to say that if I lied about that, I could get in trouble, right? But I'm in my TOS account, I am green on the year swing trading, and green as a whole, to be honest. But one of the ways I swing trade is very simple. I look for big emotion. I look for 2 or 3 or 4 days of just big percentage drops. and I start to scale into healthy blue chips. Disney is what I use a lot of the time. Disney, owns so much, Star Wars, Marvel, ESPN, Disney Plus. It's just diversified. So Disney starts dropping to low 90s. I usually start scooping it up, and that's what I did yesterday. I cut it. Google's another one I'll do it on, but it varies depending on what I think is good. CPI is coming out in about 40 minutes, guys. 40 minutes. Are y'all running into lag? No lag here. Yeah. Yeah, strange, man. We're getting like a weird influx of views. But yeah, market's pulling back a little bit. SPY at 388s. What is going on, man? Hold on, let me check this. Looks like the lag is fine. Yeah, Meta I think is sketchy. Yeah, Meta's a little sketch, to be honest. I think look at the market pull back some. Look at the SPY dip here. All right, there we go. It's back. Weird. Looks like it was. I think. I don't think. It looks like the lag was only in the view count that it bounced back. Maybe just a discrepancy in data reporting for the views. But yeah, look at the market dip here. All right, is anybody buying this dip? We still got about 40 minutes here, guys. We still got about 40 minutes. There we go. There's the views back. Yeah, it looks like it was just a discrepancy. I was like, man, what's going on? Chris, are you hating on the Jazz, bro? Don't hate, man. Yeah, it looks like it was just a viewer discrepancy. But no, like if you're shorting, guys, I understand a short mindset. A short bias, short term is understandable in any market. You could argue short term bias on the short side, and I get it. I really understand. But I think the real money on the short side is made in mid caps. Okay, you got to think of why, right? Blue chips are usually established companies. When I'm talking blue chips, I'm talking about established companies over the last 20, 30 years, right? Companies that people overestimate their strength are mid caps. People wildly overestimate mid caps with regards to strength, right? Like again, Peloton is the easiest example. Peloton, guys. Look, Peloton was at 171. This is basically like Bowflex. It's a virtual reality Bowflex. All right, it was at 171. I think anybody looking at that objectively, once they get their EPS out, is going to say, okay, that could be a potential short. So again, I think shorting blue chips is a risky endeavor. Like shorting Disney, shorting Google, shorting Amazon, risky endeavor. Mid caps is where I would prefer to short stuff because I just think that it's a lot easier bet. You can judge hype, overestimation of strength in a lot of areas with mid caps, and I think those long term are the ones that you probably want to get. Y'all really hating on the music that much, bro? Okay, hold on. I got you guys. Hold on 1 second. Here, I'll change it. There you go. Yeah, Bitcoin still trying to hold. Bitcoin at 24.9s again. Bitcoin trying to make that ride up. Hey, nice, Nuna. That's cool, man. Yeah, I like jazz music. It's calm for trading, to be honest. Zydeco, Chris. All right. Wishing new lows of the year. We still got a ways to go before we hit that, though. Like, again, the market's not really looking great. But we're still a ways from lows. You know, now if we do hit this number down here, then it could be from this. Like one of the paths to lows is CPI today and PPI tomorrow, and then jobless claims and retail sales and all the other stuff this week. That's a big road here. So like, say one of the paths to lows is this, okay? And I don't know if it'll necessarily be a crash. It might just be weakness. So did my headphones just die? Hold on. I hear the music still. There we go. CPI 5.8%, bro. I hope it comes in at 5.8, man. But yeah, so we still got a long ways to go before lows. But we could hit this if market is weak enough. You know, right now, this is the dip we've made from the bank run, right? We could hit this. If the market comes in really weak and we do something like this, this would be a crash, right? But we're still only here. And so we still got, you know, again, CPI comes in hot, PPI comes in hot, rate hike decision is they take a non-standard approach to rate hikes where they do something unexpected on the negative side for rate hikes. You know, then we could potentially, you know, test lows. But again, I'm not saying that's for sure thing. I'm not saying that's going to happen. So you'd short Meta? No, Meta's not necessarily a mid cap. I'm not going to long Meta either, though. I think Meta is one of those plays that you could take that's high risk, high reward. You know, I think that Meta specifically has some vulnerabilities with regards to Mark's investments into the metaverse. I think that social media a lot of the times changes generationally. And I think, like, for instance, I've got a 13-year-old, you know, she does not care about Facebook at all. You know, where I grew up on Facebook, right? But my daughter does not care at all about Facebook whatsoever, right? It's a generational change. Like the younger generations, they want the newest and best social media platform. And so I think in that regard, there's a finite amount of life that these social media companies can have with individual platforms. And so because of those vulnerabilities, as well as Mark Z's investments into the metaverse, which are honestly the reason he invested into the metaverse was for the exact same reason I just said, which is that they're losing young people. Now, young people still use Instagram, right? So Instagram's still relevant. But over time, that will probably fade as well. And so what Mark Zuckerberg was trying to do is he was trying to get the young people back. And what was his plan for getting young people? The metaverse, right? That's what he was planning on doing, is getting the young people interested in his stuff again, was the metaverse. The problem is that, like, bad timing, right? So he put 10 billion into the metaverse in 21, and then we had the crypto crash, you know, and that basically wiped out a lot. So those are risks, but again, it's high risk, high reward for Meta. It's one of those positions where I'm not confident enough to long it. I'm not confident enough to short it. So I'm just going to stay out of it. Yes, live CPI report will be right here. We got 30 minutes. Yeah, she wants Instagram, so she likes Instagram. I mean, I don't let her use any of it, but you know. Yeah, marketplace for Facebook. To be fair, though, the marketplace has been pretty solid for Facebook. I will give them credit there. CPI low Fed. Yeah, so it'll be an interesting report today, guys. Market's dipping down ahead of this. Again, I'm flat on basically all my swing trades because I just don't trust this report today. But right around 388 on the spot. Bitcoin right under 24.9K. Let's see if we can tap 25K today, which we might. We'll see. What do you guys think we do? High or low? I think Meta has really strong balance sheet and financials. Yeah, for sure. I can agree there, Beatrice. Yeah, I mean, I think people have to understand, like, I think it's human nature to dislike change, but I think you got to really be objective about the technological stuff that's happened over the last century. First we didn't have a phone. Really, we had phones, but a little bit over 100 years ago, we got really genuinely useful telephones. And that helped us communicate with people long term, and that was probably seen as a big thing, like, oh, this is hurting how people talk to each other. And then shortly after that, radio, people listen to the radio, and I'm sure people said the same thing, like, oh, this hurts how we communicate with people. And then shortly after that, we had the television, and then I'm sure they said the same thing with the television, like, oh, this hurts how we communicate with people. And then shortly after that, we had the internet, and then the internet came out, and I'm sure people said the same thing, oh, this hurts how we interact with people. Now we're having like the metaverse and VR and all that stuff, and crypto. And what are people saying still? Saying, oh, it hurts how we interact with people. Social media. Nope, it hurts how we interact with people. So I think it's human nature to want to interact with people, SPY just ripped over highs, hit 388.50s here. Tesla at 176. Bitcoin right at 25K. Right at 25K. I mean, I'm sure that's what everybody always said, though. This one's different, but yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't let my kids really have access to any of that stuff. Like, my daughter grew up watching Catfish, the TV show Catfish, about like a bunch of internet impersonators, and so that kind of trained her to be skeptical of anybody online. And good, like, I did so intentionally. Like, I made her watch that show with me, and she loved it. It was great. The drama was funny. It was good to watch. It was kind of a fun show to watch with her. But now she's very skeptical of anybody online. Bitcoin just hit 25K. Tapped 25K, rejected, but it did hit 25K for Bitcoin. You can kind of see it went right up to that 25,000 level, and now it's pulling back some. Whatever most people say will go down, guess what? It goes up. Yeah, I'm constantly buying up stuff when everybody else is doom and gloom. The market's going to crash. Literally, like, every one of my swing trades, almost every single one of my swing trades, somebody makes fun of me for buying stuff up. And then it's just kind of crickets when it rebounds back. People still don't understand why. Like, I think mass psychology is a strong thing. So when I think you hear Michael Burry and you hear everybody else saying, oh, doom and gloom, I think mass psychology is a very strong thing. And I think, I'm not saying we don't crash, but what I'm saying is that, like, some of my best swing trades are just buying up little dips. We got in Disney Google a couple days ago during the weakness and scaled out yesterday on the rip at the open. So we'll see what we get, but I'm not taking any positions ahead of CPI, though. I'm going to wait for CPI to come out. If we drop really big on CPI data, depending on how big, I might buy some stuff up. But for now, I'm just going to sit back and wait. There's too much apprehension. There's actually a lot of chop in some stocks. Like, the market's moving up. You can kind of see the trend here. But in 25 minutes, this trend is going to mean nothing. So how do you feel about shorting something like Lulu? Would it qualify as a mid cap? I think Lulu is one of the riskier long-term investments that people make. I know a lot of people treat Lulu like it's a blue chip. In some ways it is. The problem with Lulu is that it's a fashion company. and fashion companies generally do not last very long in terms of like long-term strength. Like fashion companies, if you think about all the fashion brands that have come out over the last 30 years, American Eagle, Abercrombie and Fitch, Michael Kors, I think that fashion companies are cool for a finite amount of time. American Eagle, I grew up in the early 2000s. American Eagle, Hollister, Abercrombie and Fitch. Where are those companies now? Those companies now are essentially worthless. Like they might have some business that they can prop up their stores with, but it's certainly not enough to really be okay long term. And so I think Lulu's really hot right now. Like I said, I've got a wife and a daughter. They love Lululemon. They shop there all the time. They love it. And so right now they make so much money and they're very, very strong right now. But I think if you look at Lulu in 10 or 15 years, I don't necessarily know if it's going to be like that. I think there's vulnerabilities investing in Lulu because of fashion trends change. And I think the only real ones that have survived long term are like Levi's or Ralph Lauren, and maybe like the really big luxury brands like Gucci and Louis Vuitton. I think most of the other fashion brands that have popped out over the last 30 years have failed eventually. And again, I'm only specifically talking about the up and coming ones, the trendy ones. Lulu is only good until people realize $100 for stretchy pants is a little much. Yeah, I think there's also a placebo effect. It's Lauren. Yeah. Ralph Lauren? Okay, sorry, Jessica. Yeah, like I said, I really don't know. Yeah, maybe they do rebrand themselves, but I think there's still risks. Bitcoin right at 25K, back all the way up there. Trying to make that push here. It's just under 25K now. Yeah, I think there's also a placebo effect with Lulu that people don't realize. I think when you spend $100 on yoga pants, you want to believe that they're super comfortable. You want to believe that their $100 are justified in spending it, right? So it's like you spend $100 on yoga pants. Oh man, these are the best yoga pants ever. Oh, these are so comfortable. Are they really more comfortable, or are you just paying more attention to the comfort since you spent $100 on it? Genuine question. And I think there's a placebo effect going on there. I have Lululemon stuff. Like I wear Lululemon stuff all the time. Not necessarily more comfortable than other stuff that I wear. It feels the same to me. All right, guys, we got 20 minutes. 20 minutes. American Eagle's been out of style for 15 years now. I don't use trailing stops, D. I'm just going to be honest. Hey, what's up, Juan? Hey, hope you're good, brother. You're in Puerto Rico, huh, Juan, right? Is it Puerto Rico? I think that's where you're from. Hope you're doing good, man. Not necessarily crash, but over 6% is going to be seen as bad, Amir. Right? So higher is worse. So we come in 6%, 6.1%, 6.2%. That's going to be seen as worse for sure. So it depends on how you look at it, but yeah, over 6% is not good. Maybe, Christian. We'll see. All right, Bitcoin pulled back a little bit, still consolidating underneath it. SPY just popped up to 388.50s here. We'll see if we can break highs up there, but let's push it up there now. Again, expectations are 6%, 0.4% month over month. We'll see if we get something good. I hope we get way under 6%. Anything under 6% is good. I would say even 6% is going to be seen as okay. So 6% will be as expected, All right, 20 minutes, guys, 20 minutes. I don't know what CPI is going to show up as. I hope it's low. .8%. I hope it's 5.8. 6.1. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Again, we'll stream it very quickly here, guys. We cover all this data very quickly. We're also going to throw it in sub-only mode, so if you have not already, hit that subscribe button. Again, we do this data for free every weekday morning right here. My big thing here with this channel is like you got a lot of day trading gurus out there trying to sell courses or publicly available content. Like, my big thing is, like, we are not gurus here. I don't even claim to be an expert. I don't even claim to be a good trader. I just kind of report on economic data. I interpret the movement. I tell you guys what happens. We cover the data very quickly. We get thousands of people tuned into this stream because we cover the data fast. And so hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell. My big thing here is, like, I just want to make this a resource and community for traders. I don't want to have any paywalls behind content. I just want to put it all out there, stream live, let people watch the market, see what's going on. We cover all the big stuff: CPI, PPI, jobless claims, all the big earnings, Amazon, Apple, Disney, Jerome Powell press conferences, rate hike ceremonies and decisions, all that good stuff. And we cover it quickly here, guys. So subscribe if you haven't yet. I appreciate it. John, the SPY is going to dump to 300. Maybe. If it does, I'll buy it. You know. What's up, Jessica? Top 3 in honesty. Hey, thank you, Moxie. Thank you, Dion. Yeah, so inflation numbers today. Big numbers today, team. Yeah, if you hear anybody say that the numbers are leaked, just ignore them. The numbers are not actually leaked. Every time we get somebody saying the numbers are leaked, and it's never right. Good morning. I would love your input on which one you believe would see a higher return, NIO or Tesla. Do you see either one to 5x in the near future? Well, define near. I think if you wait long enough, they might 5x. I think NIO's higher risk, higher reward. Tesla's a little bit safer, but, you know, also has its risks too. You're the best when it comes to news drops. Thank you for the streams. Hey, thank you, Break. I appreciate it. Yeah, we got about 17 minutes, team. I'm trying to learn trading. I usually just buy and hold index funds. That hasn't been working last 2 years. Yeah, we've been in a bear market. But I think if you're going to buy stuff like that, Dion, you got to just sit and be patient. The other thing to understand is, like, my swing trading strategy of just looking for, and again, I'm going to preface it with, I can't guarantee you're going to make money. I can't guarantee anything's going to work. I'm not an investment professional. Please don't copy me. We're not liable. If anybody loses here, we're not investment professionals. SPY just broke highs of the day over 388.60s, hit 388.70s, pushing towards 388.80 right now. Let's see if we'll hit 390 today if the data comes in good. Yeah, there's 388.85, pushing towards 389s on the SPY. Big strength coming in. Tesla bouncing back up. It's at 176s right now too. But yeah, so what I usually do is, again, I look for big emotional dips. Like, I look for like 2 or 3 or 4 days of just really big drops, like big percentage drops over a couple day period. And then once we're at the lows, or I try to time it like this, once we close to lows, I think that's when I start buying up only blue chip healthy companies or index funds. You know, either one of those works. Generally, you're going to get a quick emotional bounce back. Some people call it a dead cat bounce. Depends on what you want to call it. But I usually just kind of buy in there. I sit. I wait a couple weeks at least, and then it usually bounces back pretty fast, attacking the range. But I also have the way I trade this is also like, if we don't go in my direction, because I'm only buying blue chips like Disney or Google, you know, at $90, even if we do drop under $90, for instance, for Disney, I'm still going to be able to sit on that as long as I need to. So I'll hold these for years if I need to as well. But generally, I don't have to. Like, within 3 weeks, I'm usually green, and my accuracy is pretty high. I would say it's at least over 70%. And we are green on the year on swing trading like this. We are green on Thinkorswim swing trading like this. So it works fairly well, but of course I can't guarantee anything's going to work. So just be careful. Trade small, trade reasonable size compared to your account size. No, Tesla was one of the ones I was skeptical of, Brent. But yeah, I was wildly wrong on it. I was skeptical at 100. My logic was like I thought Elon was being a little bit too polarized on social media, and I think that regardless of where you go politically, I think a CEO of a company being really one-sided politically on social media is not usually a good recipe for success. Um, Again, I'm not saying I agree with him or disagree with anything he's saying. I just think, again, I think CEOs have to be somewhat neutral, and so I was worried about buying it there because I thought that there was risks because I thought that there could be some trouble. But again, I was just wildly wrong. Tesla rebounded 100% very quickly, so yeah, I was just wildly wrong. But it's all good. Like I said, I make enough money to where I might be wrong about individual stuff, but overall, I'm green. Lower, higher than expected is good for markets. Lower, David. So this is inflation metrics, right? So lower is better, right? So lower is good, higher is bad. Do you think Bitcoin will pump today? I think it depends on what CPI shows up as. Bitcoin at 24.8 thousand right now, so still holding, but not hitting that 25K level yet. Yeah. Yeah, it's a market pulling back a little bit. Look at the 388 dip here. Bitcoin pumping down too. So if it's higher, do you think 50 basis points is possible? I'm not going to say anything's outside the realm of possibility. I think it's less likely. I think regardless of what this is, I don't think they're going to do 50 because of the bank problems they had going on. So I think regardless of whether this is high or low, I think they're either going to do 25 or 0. But again, never a for sure thing. I don't really know what for sure we're going to do. But yeah, I would say, I don't know. In this way, I genuinely don't know. And again, if you want to day trade futures, guys, the easiest way to get started, again, there's no PDT in futures. So I could day trade the SPY essentially in futures with no PDT rule. I can day trade, short it in futures. One of my sponsors is Top Step. It's a funded account program. And I know they get some hate, but to be honest, if you really think about it, it's so much cheaper to test yourself with a funded account program. If you lose, it's not the end of the world. If you pass it, you get a 90% split. Basically, they give you a demo and they test your profitability. And if you pass it, they fund you between 50 to 150K with a 90% split. It's so much cheaper to try this out, even if you lose, than it is to put up, 10 or 15K yourself trying to trade futures. And the big edge is that there's no PDT in futures. You can day trade the S&P 500, and a lot of people go to penny stocks if they're trying to day trade, or they go to, cash accounts. But the futures market, you can have a margin account, no PDT rule. So you can day trade the S&P 500. The patterns are very similar to all blue chips, so it's essentially like day trading Apple or day trading Disney or whatever you want to do. But it's cheap. And again, base package is $140 a month. They pay out millions every year. They fund thousands of traders a year. In actual withdrawals, they pay out millions. So again, they're a sponsor of mine. If you want to check them out, here is the link. 20% off. Definitely biased in their favor though, because they're a sponsor of mine. But yeah, check them out right there. Sell gold? I don't know. Gold, I think, with the banking stuff going on, I think gold is one of the more interesting things to watch. But I don't know whether it's a sell or buy right now. Depends on what happens. So my TOS account's got about 120,000 in buying power, D, and so I don't necessarily need to get funded by them. But what I will say is that Top Step is the most legit futures funded program in the world. They're kind of who everybody else copies off of. They've been around for over a decade, and they're kind of like the biggest futures funded program in the world, I think. I might be wrong about the biggest, but they've been around for over 10 years, man. They pay out millions of dollars every year in actual withdrawals, and you can verify that. All right, guys, we got 10 minutes. 10 minutes. SPY testing highs again. Well, FTMO is 4x D. I'm a bull on Bitcoin long term, short term. I don't know. Yeah, market's consolidating towards the top. Yeah, people are just polarized with it for sure. I've been Jones. Yeah, man. I need to get a new tattoo, man, as well. Like, I want to get some more work on my arm. Delusions of grandeur. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how it goes. I don't know. I think Bitcoin, if Bitcoin can get and hold over 25K, I think it's a great sign. You know, and I think even a lot of this weakness in altcoins are making Bitcoin stronger. You know, Bitcoin's dominance is getting there, especially with like Bitcoin NFTs and stuff like that. I think there's some cool aspects of it. Yeah, I've got a couple tattoos. I probably got like 4 or 5 on my arms, mostly. I've had these tattoos since I was freaking 19. Gold's going up because of the bank run. The bank drops. So again, when banks drop, people hedge against the weakness in gold. If you look at, for instance, FRC, First Republic, they bounced back all the way. Man, if you guys heard me, I was thinking about buying a dip in banks. I should have, because look at FRC all the way back up to 49s, 48s. Huge run back up in pre-market, which is surprising here, man. That's crazy. I'd have to take my hoodie off. I don't know if I feel like it. It's cold over here, man. I'll show you one day. All you gotta do is, I mean, people see my tattoos here. Y'all see my tattoos before, huh? All right, guys. SPY pulled it back a little bit. It's at 388.50s here, 388.50s. And I don't have like a ton of tattoos. I'm not like, you know, because it was a huge donation. Hey, good luck, MS. Yeah, all good, brother. Sorry, Mark. Did you really, brother? My bad, man. If you called it out, dude, my bad, dude. Did you really? I'm sorry if you did. I appreciate it, Mark. Thank you so much, man. Sorry. A lot of the time I'm not looking at, like, for whatever, like, I'm using StreamYard as my streamer service. And so I didn't mean to ignore you, Mark. If you did donate money to me, brother, I appreciate you. Thank you very much, man. Sorry if I didn't see it, bro. Thank you. When was this, man? Sorry, dude. My bad, man. All right, guys. Tesla popping up. SPY moving up. Testing highs here. Bitcoin moving up. We got about 7 minutes, guys. 7 minutes. I have biomechanical stretch. Hey, Bitcoin tulips. Nah, man. I think Bitcoin's okay. All right, guys. SPY just broke highs. Got up to 388.90s here, pushing towards 389 up there. Tesla at 176. We got Bitcoin at 24.9 roughly here, 24.8. Yeah, CPI report shows up in about 6 minutes. Again, we will stream the whole thing here live, guys. Be ready. So we're going to cover the data literally as soon as it comes out. We've got a lot of sources that we watch it on. And remember, tomorrow is PPI too. 6 minutes, guys. 6 minutes. Be ready here, team. Good luck. Market breaking highs at 388.90s. Again, we're going to cover this as soon as it drops right here on YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe as well, guys. So we are going to give you guys the CPI report as soon as it comes out. So literally as soon as it drops, thousands of people tune in because we cover it very quickly once it drops. So again, tune in. We'll cover it fast. Expectations for base CPI are 0.4% month over month, 6% on the year. Last time it was at 6.4%. Core CPI is expected to show up at 0.4% on the month and 5.5% on the year. Markets are moving up ahead of it, guys. We got about 5 minutes. Schwab. Yeah, I thought about Schwab. So again, expectations are 0.4% on the month, 6% on the year. For those asking me for a link, there is no link. Like, I'm going to cover it as soon as it drops. Again, we got about 3,000 people here. thousands of people tune in because we cover the data very quickly once it drops. And so it'll probably take you longer going to a link somewhere, you know. So just stick around. We'll cover it fast. We got 4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes. Yeah, I don't tell my sources, but we'll cover it as soon as we get it. All right, look, man. You're saying the same thing over and over again. Mio, sorry, brother. All right, guys. 4 minutes. Almost exactly 4 minutes left. Bitcoin still at 24.875. SPY at 388.60s. All right, guys. Be ready here, team. Yeah, I mean, I could give you guys a link. It would take you guys longer to go there, find it. Again, I have my sources. I'm not going to give up my main source that I see it on that reports it quickly. But we generally report it fast. You know, as soon as it comes out, we've got multiple sources that we're looking up. So just stick around. We'll report it very fast when it drops. All right, so the FDIC chair is ready, willing, and able to find a capable bank buyer. House Financial Services Chair McHenry says the FDIC and admin are sending appropriate message after 2 bank failures. FDIC and Fed are working in accordance with the law, according to CNBC. All right, guys. 3 minutes here, team. 3 minutes. No, CPI comes out. Remember, also, guys, make sure you hit the live button next to the play button here. All right, we got about 3,500 people here. I don't want you guys to be too late on the stream. So make sure you hit this button right here, guys. Make sure you hit this button right here. You need to make sure the stream is red like this. You see how it's red? Right here, the live button is red right there. You need to make sure yours is red to make sure you're not delayed, right? If it's gray, you're delayed. If it's red, you're real time. So that way you can get the data as soon as it comes out. We're going to put up the SPY, we're going to put up Bitcoin, and we're going to put up the dollar index on the left. So here's the dollar index on the left. We're going to watch that. And there's generally, this is the US dollar, so it's relevant to inflation as well. Here's the SPY. SPY is choppy, but moving. There's Bitcoin on the right. We got about 2 minutes here, team. 2 minutes. Probably. If we get less than 6, the market will probably bounce. Under 6 is good. Again, under 6 is good. Over 6 is bad. 6 is neutral. Again, under 6 good. Over 6 bad. Lower is better. 6 is neutral. So 6 is the neutral level. Over 6 is going to be interpreted as high inflation, going to be bad. Under 6 going to be interpreted as good inflation. Lower inflation is going to be seen as positive for Bitcoin, stocks, crypto, all that stuff here. So again, stick around here. We got about a minute and a half left. Yeah, I'm flat already. All right, guys, good luck here, team. We got about a minute left, about 1 minute. SPY dipping down a little bit, dollar index trying. Yeah, so again, we'll see what happens here, guys. We got about 20 seconds, or we got about 40 seconds. And we will cover the data as soon as it comes out. Here we go. We got a lot of different sources up here watching, waiting. Let me know your late predictions. All right, guys, here we go. %6 is what's expected, 0.4%. All right, here's the report. All right, we got manufacturing sales. Okay, CPI just showed up 0.4% and 6% as expected. 6% as expected. 0.4% on the month, 6% on the year as expected. Core CPI came in slightly higher than expected at 0.5% versus 0.4% expected. Everything else came neutrally. 0.4% on the month, which was what it was expected. 6% on the year, which was what expected. So a neutral CPI report. It came in essentially as expected here. Again, 6% on the year, 0.4% on the month. Core CPI came in slightly higher than expected month over month at 0.5%, at 0.5% versus 0.4% expected. But again, it essentially came in as expected here. 6% on the year, 0.4% on the month. The market is loving this. It's popping up a little bit here. The dollar index just broke down. But yeah, basically neutral report here. Neutral report. So as expected, a neutral report. I told you guys we cover it quickly here. So again, subscribe if you haven't yet. I told you guys we cover it very fast. We covered that within seconds. We will put this up on screen, but 6% on the year, 0.4% on the month. Bitcoin's loving it, up to 25.3 thousand right now. 25.3. We will put this up on the. We'll put everything else up here so you can see it. So everything as expected, essentially. There we go. So there's the data right there. Market is loving it. Rip it up. I hit 390s on the SPY today. Bitcoin just hit 25.5K. Flew up here for Bitcoin. Hit 25.5K. Big movement. Yep. So flat report, basically. Neutral report, which is kind of surprising. But hey, I'm not going to say it's bad. Bitcoin is loving it. Bitcoin is all the way up to 25.75 right now. SPY over 389s. It is a neutral report. The good news is that the dollar index is breaking down here. So you can see the dollar index breaking down. And I think we needed at least this. It's a lot better. I would rather it be neutral than bad, of course. So again, the dollar index is breaking down. The SPY is ripping up. Core was slightly worse than expected, but not enough to sway things too bad, I think. So again, it's a neutral report. Neutral as expected. The number up on screen. We'll also post this to our Twitter page. And give your boy a follow on Twitter. It's @BeginnerTrades. Yeah, market's basically flat right now. Dollar index just popped up a little bit here. But yeah, basically flat right now. Back down, so at 388 right now. So again, pretty neutral reaction. Even if we do drop right now, we might go like something like this. Again, this is a neutral response here. A neutral response. So we might do something like this. Like we don't know what the reaction is going to be, but if we are neutral, that's what it's going to look like. But yeah, Bitcoin hit 25.75 here. Ripped up big on this. Also, guys, like I said, be sure to check out Top Step. Top Step is a funded account program for futures. If you want to day trade these CPI reports, these big economic reports, the rate hike decision, here's the S&P 500 futures contract. It's called the E-mini. And you can day trade futures with no PDT restrictions. You can day trade short futures, no PDT restrictions. And Top Step is the most legit futures funded program in the world. What they do is they give you a demo and they test your skill. And a lot of people are going to be like, oh, well, what's the point? The point is it's so much cheaper to try out a funded account program than it is to put up the money yourself. You can put up $15,000 yourself, or you can test your skill with a funded account program. And again, they give you a demo. The base one's $50K. They give you a $50K demo. If you can hit $3K in profit on that $50K demo without losing over $2,000 total or $1,000 a day, then they legitimately fund you $50,000 with a 90% split. And again, they pay out millions in actual withdrawals every year. They fund thousands of traders a year. It's a beautiful way to test yourself. You have some pressure, but not the full extent of real money. And so I think it's a great way. If you're good enough, you can get funded. If you're not good enough, it's a lot cheaper to lose a Top Step account than it is to put up the money yourself. And so if you want to check it out, here is the link. Again, great way to help support your boy here. But yeah, market's completely flat on this report, which I think is a W. I think that's good. I think a flat report is good. Jerome Powell speaks on the 22nd, so not this week. He speaks on the 22nd. But remember, guys, we do have PPI tomorrow. So we had CPI today. Tomorrow we have PPI. So again, this is just the start of the week here. Okay, this is just the start of the week where we got neutral inflation data. Nothing really big in that regard. Neutral inflation data. But tomorrow is going to be another influence over this right now. So again, we're completely flat. The market hasn't moved too much from this report. And this is the biggest inflationary report we get. But again, it's neutral data. It's neutral activity here. So again, here's the report. Neutral activity. We're down a little bit, but again, the dollar index is moving up. But again, we're neutral here. And so tomorrow we have PPI. We have the other side to CPI. We have PPI inflation data tomorrow. Again, very, very, very important data. So very relevant, very important data. It's called PPI. Hey, thank you, Break. Yeah, man, we cover the data quickly here. We cover the data very fast. And so again, if you want to subscribe, we appreciate it. Tune in. I appreciate all the follows on Twitter. But yeah, slightly worse than expected, but it could have been a lot worse here, guys. So I think this is good. I think this is, with what we have going on right now, I think we'll probably do 25 basis points or 0 on the 22nd. So I think we'll probably pivot to 25 or 0. Let me know what you guys think. We'll do a poll going on right now. So we did a poll. We got about 4,000 votes here, about 4,000 votes. 35% thought over 6% they were wrong. 34% thought under 6% they were wrong. 30% thought 6% as expected here. So interesting. We're also going to do another poll with CPI coming in flat. What rate will the Fed choose next week? I think it's next week, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so it's next Wednesday. So we'll do 0 basis point pivot. We'll do 25 basis points, which I think is what is expected. We can do 50 basis points and something else. Vote on that poll, guys. Vote on the poll. We got the new poll live right now as well. Let us know what you guys think. Again, market completely flat on this data. Completely flat on this data right here. So, hey, thank you. Yeah, I told you guys we cover it fast here, team. We cover that data very quickly once it comes out. So again, if you want a good data stream to watch all the big stuff coming out, this is the stream. We cover this stuff very quickly. Again, do your boy a favor and hit that subscribe button here, guys. We appreciate it. We did get our plaque last week. So we did get our plaque. All right, guys. Dixie moving down, pull it back. SPY moving up at 388s here. We are going to day trade this a little bit now, I think. So wish us some luck here, team. Yeah, we are going to day trade this a little bit here. Let's try to do this. All right, so here's the futures market. Market's bouncing back up a little bit. We start to show some positive action. We will day trade this if we need to. It's so flat right now. I don't know what edge we have here, though. So it's so flat right now. I don't know what edge we have here. Looking at our poll numbers. Hey, thank you, Tatted. Yeah, I think 25 is the most likely. Hey, thank you, Serdar. Hey, yeah, thank you, Toto. Yeah, like I said, we cover it fast here. This is why thousands of people show up, is because we cover the data quickly. Yeah, great news would have been a lower number, but it's still solid, to be honest. But again, we're not done this week, guys. To understand this team, all right, to truly understand this. To truly understand this, you have to understand the full list of data that we have coming out this week. We bought a little bit of futures, one contract here. And again, this is me essentially day trading the S&P 500 on Top Step. And so I can day trade this. And we've had a pretty good run on Top Step, to be honest. I like that down wick. We're going to have to cover this pretty quickly, though, it looks like. Yeah, I guess the extension could be short side on the upside, but yeah, so we've had a pretty good run on Top Step lately. We made two... There we go. We're almost back up. I could add a little bit more to this too, but we're chopping back and forth right now. The problem is that if we fall, we can fall quickly here, but luckily it's a small risk. More down wicks I like, so let's see. We're going to add a little bit more. There's 3 contracts here. There we go. Nice pump. All right, we just took half of that off. We got 1 contract left. We'll let the rest work a little bit more. Ooh, big drop. Look at that drop. Wow. Luckily, we took some profit there. Very volatile price action here, though. Look at this. We can get out now green, but I think letting it work makes sense. But if it starts to really break down here under the VWAP, we're gonna have to just cut it. Luckily, we're pretty neutral in the trade since we took profit at the very top. But yeah, we got to cut it. All right, so we cut it. Big drops just showed up. So again, very neutral CPI report, very neutral. But yeah, look at our graph so far on Top Step. So we've been doing really, really well on our trades here too. We actually made money somehow there. I don't know how, but we did. Surprisingly, we made $6. Luckily, we took profit at the top. But yeah, here's this month of my trading here. So this is my trading this month. Pretty solid month trading, in all honesty. Like, we've been pretty consistent here. You can see my profit graph. And again, this is pulled directly from the platform. So we're going to day trade at the opening bell too, guys. So stick around. It's that sweet life. Raise your clock. Made some dude crack a smile. All right, guys. He asked if I could stay a while. I'm living that high life. All right, guys. I actually like the song, but it's got words, so I got to change it. All right, team. So yeah, market's kind of flat here. Again, we traded a little bit, but there's just sideways neutral activity at this point in time. Just flat. There's a chance with the current banking. Yeah, I mean, there is a chance for zero. I mean, zero is a chance. Like, we do have a chance for zero. For sure, we have a chance for zero. I'm not saying we will, though. Again, I really don't know. But we do have a shot of going to zero rate hikes. There is a possibility of that. I think it's a lesser possibility, but there's still a chance for sure. So yeah, we bought a little bit more futures here. One contract of the E-mini, or the micro E-mini here. So we're slightly green on this, but nothing huge. And I'm just going to let it chill. Put Tesla up. Is Tesla responding here? So Tesla's starting to bounce back a little bit. See, companies seem to like this, though. All right, we'll see if the SPY continues to move up. Very neutral response, though, at this point in time. There we go. All right, I just took half off right at the top, and then we reversed very quickly here back down. Market's very choppy right now, though. There's just kind of sideways activity. Just kind of going up and down, up and down. Look at the price action here. But yeah, tomorrow we have a lot of more data coming out. We got the other side to this. So again, while today was CPI, tomorrow we have PPI, which is the other side of CPI, right? So it is all the other stuff that comes out. So we have PPI coming out. And again, I'll show you the expectations. All right, we're just going to cut that. It's just too, you can see our P&L on the day. We're slightly green, kind of scalping that move, but very small trades. Look at Tesla start to rip up. So this could start another potential bounce here. We'll see. Yeah, so tomorrow we're expected to show up as, again, so today we had CPI report coming out. Tomorrow we're expected to show up for PPI at 0.3% on the month. So 0.3% is what we're expected tomorrow. 5.4% on the year and 0.3% on the month. So again, this is seller inflation, right? Another thing to pay attention to is core retail sales drop tomorrow. So core retail sales are expected to show up at minus 0.1% tomorrow, minus 0.1%. So yeah, we got core retail sales tomorrow. We've got PPI. We've got the New York Empire State Manufacturing Index. We got base retail sales expected to show up at minus 0.3% tomorrow. So minus 0.3%. And so again, tomorrow we have PPI, core PPI, retail sales and core retail sales, and then the New York Empire State Manufacturing Index for tomorrow. All very relevant economic data, which will move markets some as well. And then Thursday, we have even more. So Thursday, we have jobless claims. We also have import-export prices, housing starts, the Philly Fed Index, wholesales. We got the European rate decision. We got the European rate hike decision. So a lot of stuff coming out Thursday as well. Just a lot of stuff going on right now this week. Market's starting to bounce back a little bit though, but pretty flat considering everything. Pretty flat. Yeah, Bitcoin pumping up. So we'll put Bitcoin on the left here. All right, guys, we're at 25.6K for Bitcoin. Almost hit 26. CPI report is right underneath me. It's at 6%. All right, guys. Again, Tesla ripping up over 179. Market popping up. We'll see if we break 390 today. Bitcoin up to 25.7s, 25.8s for Bitcoin. SPY up to 389. Bitcoin just broke highs of the day at 25.86. Tesla ripping up as well at 179s. Market's getting some bullish strength coming through. I mean, Charles, you were bearish, I guess, but core CPI only came in 0.1% higher than expected, man. It was the only negative thing out of the whole report. Everything else was pretty much neutral. And I get it, like bears are more likely to like look for bearish things, but acting like it was so much worse is not, you know, I mean, it was 0.1%, brother, you know. Market bouncing back. Bitcoin just broke 26K. All right, it's hot in here, guys. Where's Nelly at? Yeah, Bitcoin pumping up at 26K right now, 26,000. All right, guys. So yeah, 26,000 for Bitcoin here. Crazy pump, to be honest. Right, for sure. The inflation report is positive, and the reason it's positive is because it's lower than last time. All right, so big move up here. SPY consolidating right around 389. All right, guys. So market's still popping up here. Bitcoin right around 26K. Let's see if it holds, man. Right around that level now. Let's see if it continues. Yeah, it'll be an interesting day. We still got about 40 minutes before the market opens up, guys. About 40 minutes. They say the SBV is the biggest financial crash since '08. Maybe. Yeah, Schwab seems to be one of the ones I should have held, man. Again, fearful when others are greedy mindset, I think, is powerful. It's what I use most of the time with my swing trading dip buys. I don't know what I want to do right now. I mean, this is pretty flat. I mean, again, understand that the data is not done here. We got a lot of economic data coming out today, guys. We got a lot of stuff coming out. We got CPI today, PPI tomorrow, retail sales, a lot of stuff dropping over the next 2 days specifically. So it's a big couple days here. Tesla pulling back a little bit now. I might buy this dip short term. I'll wait. I kind of wanted to buy the dip. I should have, but it'd take me too long. Yeah, see, look at that bounce. Would have loved to buy that dip, man. But it's all good. Yeah, I don't know. I think we'll be okay. Yeah, man, look at that Tesla dip buy. Would have been pretty, man. A little bummed I missed it, but it's all good. Yeah, look at that bounce from 177s to 178s. Would have loved the bounce. Again, a little bit too late on it, but we called it. Yeah, Western Alliance. Yeah, but that's assuming it gets back to its previous levels, which I don't necessarily know if it's there. Is this halted? Yeah, Western Alliance is halted, right? Or no, it's not halted. Yeah. Look at that Western Alliance. I could understand the argument here. See, it's just too high up, though. All right, so now Tesla's dipping down a little bit. I kind of want to buy this dip again. A little bit late in my dip buy, man. I wanted a little bit more than this, but a little bit late. I got to be careful, though. I don't want to catch a flush of this too heavily, but I think buying the dip here and trying to ride back a potential bull move makes sense. I could also add a little bit more to this if I want. All right, 30 shares of Tesla. Might add a little bit more if we get hit back here, and then but keep a tight risk on it. All right, market looks strong. Let's see if we hit 390, and that drags everything else up with it. But yeah, there's Western Alliance. See if we get a 179 move. I mean, the data was overwhelmingly positive for the most part. It was neutral, but neutral is good because I thought 6% was a little bit low. A little bit over, like I thought they were expecting a little bit too much from inflation. So again, to put it into perspective, of course, bears are always going to scream weakness. But like the reality of it is, last time we came in at 6.4%. This time we came in at 6%, right? So by the data, it is getting better. Inflation's getting lower, and that's a positive thing. Low inflation is going to be seen as positive, Yeah, definitely top 3 Pokey. Hey, what's up, Cheat? Yeah, thanks, man. All right, so there's a pop. Again, we wanted the dip buy down here. We should have stayed on it. So here's the problem, though, is the SPY just hit 390. go ahead and take half of this off just to lock it in. I'll be a lot more loose on the rest because I can be. And we'll just sit on this as long as we need to. E-mini, pop it up. And again, guys, if you want to day trade this price action, similar to what I'm doing on Tesla, but you can do it on the SPY right here through the futures market. Again, here's the futures market. Same price action, exact same thing here. You can see the inflation report came out. We minimized this. Look, this is the same as this, right? You can day trade this left side in futures, no PDT rule. You can day trade short it, margin account, no PDT restriction. If you want to test yourself without taking on a lot of risk in futures, check out a funded account program like Top Step. They're a sponsor of mine, so I'm biased, of course. And I try not to plug anything for the first few hours, but great way to help support the channel. Great way to test your skill. Like the big edge from Top Step is that most new traders, they trade too large. They lose too much money in the beginning, right? These funded account programs, the real, and again, regardless of whether they were a sponsor of mine, I wish I would have had this when I first got started because I lost thousands of dollars when I first started trading. The real edge here is that you can take some added risk without taking on risk, if that makes sense. You can have some pressure. Like if you can pass the funded account program, they legitimately fund you between 50 to 150,000 with a 90% split. So if you get funded and you make 20K, you keep 18K. And so what you're losing out on being funded in terms of split is very minimal. If you lose the funded account program, you still have the same pressure. So you're still learning to perform under pressure, but it's not losing thousands of dollars like you would if you tried it regularly. So they give you a demo, you got to hit their profit target. It's just a great way to test your skill without taking on too much risk. And it's genuinely useful if you want to actually day trade markets. Futures market, no PDT restriction, and just a great way to test your skill. See if you're ready to scale up in size or however you want to do it. It just makes sense. And you can get 20% off if you look at my link. Check it out. There's the link. Great way to help support the channel. Although I'm certainly biased because, again, they're a sponsor of mine. They pay me money. And so I'm certainly biased in their favor. And I always try to be transparent about that. But yeah, you can check them out there. Yeah, I think bears. I don't think so, Ben. I think core CPI missed by 0.1%. And I think sometimes bears try to kind of find something. Confirmation bias is strong, right? So you want to confirm what you want to happen sometimes. And I get it. But I think when you look at all the data objectively, it was positive. Okay, to put it into perspective, core CPI did miss. But I think when you look at regular CPI, the fact that it came in at 6%, last time it was 6.4%, and I thought this was a little bit of an underestimate in terms of what the percentage would show up as. So CPI came in as expected, lower than last time. Core CPI only came in 0.1% on the month, and it actually still, core CPI on the year is still lower than the previous one. Last time it was 5.6%. This time it's 5.5%. So yearly core CPI was lower than last time as expected. Base CPI came in as expected and lower than last time. The only small hiccup is core CPI, which only came in 0.1% worse. So it wasn't some huge miss in that regard either. And so I think overall, when you look at this, it shows that inflation is getting better. It shows that inflation is getting better. And I think that's a positive, optimistic sign, especially with all the bank stuff that we got going on. And again, I get bears that are short or wanting to find bearish things about the report, and I get it. But I think looking at it objectively, it's lower than last time. I think that's an optimistic sign. I think the market has agreed so far. The market's up on the data. So I think the market overwhelmingly agrees too. And I think there's a lot of people who are basically predicting a crash and not buying and stuff like that. And I get it. And so I think, like I said, I think confirmation bias is a strong thing. And maybe I have confirmation bias too. But I think looking at the one miss out of, multiple which were as expected, and looking at what they were last time, I think inflation's gotten better. And I think that's very clear here. And I think the market likes it. The market moved up some. Now we'll see if it continues, of course, but hopefully it does. Tomorrow's PPI report will explain a lot more too. You can look at prices in your bills. Yeah, I mean, my prices have gone down. My energy bill is lower than it has been lately. Prices in my area have gone down, especially relative to last year when inflation was at its peak. But again, overwhelmingly, the market likes this data, so I think we could argue, about if it's good or bad. I think looking at Bitcoin, looking at the SPY's reaction, looking at most stock reactions, most stock reactions are on the upside. Yeah, for sure. Like I said, as I said, 1975, I probably have confirmation bias too. Just said that. And that's probably true. I'm certainly like, I want the market to go up. And so naturally, I'm going to be a little bit biased on the upside. But again, I think regardless of what I specifically want, you can look at Bitcoin, you can look at the SPY and look at their reactions from this report. And again, this is where the data came out as. I think that clears up a lot of the debate on it, to be honest. So yeah, this candle opened up. This report opened up right here. So the report came out right here at 388.05, right there. So the SPY has done this since the report came out. Just tapped 390s. Bitcoin came out here, and it's done this since the report came out. And so again, I think most of the public is interpreting this as positive. But again, I think PPI tomorrow will explain a lot more. I think PPI will explain a lot in terms of what this really means. Yeah, for sure, 75. Hey, thank you, Mark. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. But yeah, market's liking it, man. Over 390 here on the SPY. Again, we bought a little bit of Tesla on the dip, just kind of sitting back with this too. So yeah, so I'm gonna take these headphones off. Generative AI workspace, including cloud and Gmail documents. That just came out. Let's see if Google's ripping up on this data. All right, look at Bitcoin, guys, pumping up at 26,500. Google. I could have held it a little bit better. I still do it again. I just think there's too much risk. The dude that had 90 Bitcoin long is probably loving life right now. You know, I'd be loving life right now if I was him. You know, like if I had that many, like if I was holding that many Bitcoin, he's got to be loving life right now. Like he's got to be very profitable from that. Like he had 90 Bitcoin on the long side up to this report, so that's got to be very, very positive. I think, right? Ugh, Mike scuffled. Is it really? Yeah, I had to go fix it. You should be able to hear the music now. Does the mic sound good now? It should be good, right? All right, good now? All right, cool. All right, guys. SPY pull it back. Bitcoin pull it back at 26.5K. All right, guys. SPY at 389.50s here. Tesla at 178. $15.5K crypto bottom? Yeah, maybe. All right, as long as the music's good. All right. Hey guys, be sure to check out Chart Prime too, right? So this is going to be one of the last plugs we do today. Chart Prime is incredibly useful, right? So again, this is a sponsored plug, and I do want to be honest about that. But I think when you look at Chart Prime, you can kind of see how valuable this is, right? So I want to show you this. This is the price action from yesterday. All right, look how crazy powerful this service can be. So the Chart Prime is a trading view indicator service. And again, you can use this in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. All right, and I just want to show you guys this. And I can't fake what I'm about to show you. All right, so they give you custom signals, right? So they give you reversal signals. They give you engulfing signals. They automatically document support or resistance. You can see this dotted line up here is the strongest support or resistance we have on the chart. But again, their reversal signals can be very powerful, and you can use it in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. Again, I can't fake this, right? So let's just look at this. Multiple bullish engulfing, and you can see this light green shaded area is the bottom of the range, and the light green is the top of the range, right? So we get a bounce from that. Look, reversal down signal here. We get a nice drop over like a 45-minute period of time. Reversal down up here. We get a huge drop until the next signal comes in, multiple bullish engulfing candles, and we get a bounce, right? We get a reversal up signal literally at the very bottom here. They tell you literally at the very bottom, reversal up, we get a bounce over like an hour period of time. Again, a big edge is when multiple show up together at once. So here's a reversal up signal and a bullish engulfing showing up at once. Huge bounce back up there. Same thing here. Multiple bearish engulfing candles showing up. Nice drop over like a 30-minute period. Same thing here. You get a nice drop as well. And so I can't fake this. I'm biased in their favor. But again, this can be powerful. It can really be powerful and give you a good edge of your trading. We can look at a long-term chart. Here's an hourly chart. All right, so here's an hourly chart. And again, regardless of whether they're a sponsor, it's honestly pretty cool. Like, look at this. So look, this is an hourly chart. Okay, so like each candle represents an hour. So like, look at this. They gave you the reversal down signal literally at the very top right here. And over like days, we get drops from that reversal down signal. Same thing here. Multiple showing up together at once, as well as, again, that range support or that range resistance. We get drops over days after that reversal signal. And so, again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money, but this is like $35 a month. It's so cheap, right? So the value you get, and again, you can use it in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. It's called Chart Prime. Check them out. Great way to help support the channel. If you want to click this link, you can click it and learn more about Chart Prime. But yeah, just very valuable, very useful, and very cheap as well. $35 a month. That's a pretty big edge for very cheap here, team. So check them out. Great way to help support the channel. I'll put the link in the description if you want to check it out as well. It's called Chart Prime, guys. Is the name of the indicator. It's called Chart Prime. Here, I'll put I'll put it up in the description. You can also find the link in the description. You can also find it right here in chat. Well, I don't think you should base your trades just off of the I don't know if you should base your trades only off of the indicator. I mean, I don't do that at all, but I think using it as another component of your trading plan makes sense. Again, should you just only use that? I don't know. I'm not personally, but it's nothing against them. I just think that, like, I think if you use that as well as add it to your own bias, I think it can be powerful. Fox, what are you talking about, man? You're rambling over there. I can't tell what you're saying. What's up, Dion? Bitcoin is saying two things. Yeah, Bitcoin pumping up, guys. Had 26.4s. SPY at 389.50s. Tesla at 178s. Meta expects to reduce team size by around 10,000 employees and expects to announce restructuring and layoffs in tech in late April and then business groups in late May. So Meta announcing layoffs here. Look at Meta right here. Yeah, I mean, they have a bunch of different indicators, man. They've got oscillators. They show you chart patterns. They show you candlestick momentum. They show you reversals. They automatically document support or resistance. And I think those are all really powerful, to be honest. Yeah, I see Wall making some moves today, man. Look at Wall. At 39. So that's a big run here, team. I mean, I'm skeptical of it, but it looks big, man. Yeah, Bitcoin hit 28K. What is it right now? Here's Bitcoin. 26.5 thousand. Bitcoin's just been pumping up. Again, I don't know if I trust it. Tesla, am I still in my Tesla trade? Oh, I am. Yeah, I'm gonna have to unload this. So we lost $5 there on Tesla. A little $5 loss. It's okay. Yeah, Western Alliance, Schwab, a lot of really good dip buys in banking. And I think those were really smart trades. I didn't really take those. I kind of bought some associated stocks, but I think those are really smart trades. And again, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, guys. Hit the notification bell. I appreciate it. Help grow the channel. Yeah, I think people thought a lot of banks were going to fall. Hey, nice MS. Congrats, bro. There you are, man. What's up, dude? All right, team. Yeah, MS, man. It's a big donation, brother. Yeah, it's a big donation, bro. Hey, market's starting to pump up. Congrats, though. You made some money on that one, brother. All right, SPY hit 390 again. Let's see if it actually holds. Tesla dipping down a little bit. There might be an argument for a dip by there, but man, look at crypto run right now. $200K up. Damn, dude. Congrats, man. If you're up 200,000, hey, congrats, bro. It's a big gain, dude. All right, guys. Oh, we're going to get ready to trade some futures today, guys. Man, look at Bitcoin pump, though, man. That's great, dude. Great news. So we're going to be day trading right now. We're going to get ready to day trade here. SPY testing highs. Bitcoin is currently at yeah, I think you're missing something. Bitcoin is currently at 26.4 thousand. So wherever you're looking at Bitcoin in is wrong. You can look at coin market cap if you really want to look at it. Bitcoin currently at 26.4K. All right, we asked people with CPI coming in flat, what rate will the Fed raise next week? 52% think we're going to do 25 basis points, and I agree with the majority there. I think 25 basis points is pretty likely. Again, hit that sub button, guys. We cover this data quickly. As soon as it drops, we cover the data every time. So hit that sub button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate the love and support. Let's keep the growth up. Tomorrow we have PPI. We got a lot of stuff happening over the next couple of days. Bitcoin pumping up to 26.5K right now. SPY still moving up a little bit. I think I'm going to wait until the opening bell to trade this. But a nice bull response. Yeah, all good, Pawn. Good luck, bro. Yeah, I use TradingView. I use a bunch of different places to see Bitcoin. But again, we're right around 26.6, 26.5. You can watch Bitcoin futures on TOS. That's what I use sometimes too. All right, guys. Hey, y'all hit that subscribe button. Just do it. All right, just hit that subscribe button, guys. I appreciate the love and support. Ugh, let me stretch out a little bit here, man. Oof. Ugh. And we wake up a little bit. We got the opening bell in 15 minutes, guys. 15 minutes. Honestly, Raphael Fizev, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Gaethje's chin has been a little suspect. SPY just ripped up. It broke highs. SPY just ripped up. It broke highs. But yeah, Gaethje's chin has been a little suspect. That card is ridiculous this weekend, though. I'm super excited about it. That's going to be a fun card, bro. Leon Edwards versus Usman rematch, bro. What? Gaethje versus Raphael. Gunnar Nelson versus Brian Barberena. That's a good card. Martin Vettori fighting. The prelims are kind of garbage, but that main event versus Jack Shore and Makwan, that'll be a good fight. I hope Edwards can do it again, bro. I'm rooting for him, dude. I think everybody's rooting for Edwards, bro. I think everybody's rooting for Edwards. Tsla just dumped. How much have you made so far? I haven't made much today, bro. I'm pretty flat on the day, man. I just haven't done too much. Again, we're waiting for the opening bell to trade. It's CPI day. We traded a little bit of everything, man. But we're about to be trading futures. And again, the futures market has no PDT rules, so you can day trade futures, short futures with a margin account. And so that's what we're about to trade. It's futures. Remember, if you're trading futures, the contract rolled over. Yeah, I saw the the Roadhouse movie getting filmed there. All right, Bitcoin pulling back to 26K. Bro, I got so many tabs open right now. I should be able to handle it though. I got a Alienware R11 or R12. I've got like 100. I've got like 60 something. Or let me see, how many RAM sticks do I have? I might have like a lot. I've got it. I would say at least 60. 60 gigs of RAM, I think. So I should be. So I could run it pretty seamlessly and stream. You know. Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch the opening bell, guys. We got about 10 minutes left. Yeah, I've got about 64, I think, yeah. Not sure why people are bearish with this data, because a lot of them are pushing for crashes and they're betting on crashes. Like that's the reason you see so many bears here. Like most of the time, if you look at what they say universally, like a lot of them are just wanting to see the world burn. Like a lot of them are like my guess. And again, I'm not judging anybody for being this way, but I think one of the biggest reasons you see bears is you have people who disagree with the current political party, and because of that, they want that party to fail. You know, and in that regard, they want the market to fall on their watch, basically. And again, I'm not saying I agree or disagree with that, but a lot of the really emotional bears who are like yelling and screaming things. And again, I'm not saying this is everybody. I'm not saying you have to be this way just because you're bearish, because I don't think this is everybody, of course. But a lot of people that get really emotional about it are on that. And for me, like, I dislike the whole realm of politics. I would rather just go by policy and ignore the big, rooting for a political party like it's my football team. I would rather just be neutral. And I'm pretty neutral politically anyway. I would say I'm pretty socially left, but I'm a capitalist, and I'm not a libertarian because I disagree with them in some ways too. So it's like I'm pretty neutral. I'm genuinely neutral. I'm not just saying that. I'm genuinely neutral. But point is, I think some people just want to watch the world burn. But at the same time, I think there is an argument that we need a correction, that things are overly inflated. So I think I understand both ways, I'm not hating on bears, Dros. Like I said, I'm saying there's some people that are just like they go a little bit too far with it. Hybrid trading cowboy, brother. You are obviously delayed on the stream, brother. So again, hybrid trading cowboy, you want to make sure you hit the live button next to the play button, because it sounds like you are very delayed on the stream. Again, CPI report is underneath me. The data is actually underneath me, Yeah, I think it's good, man. I think inflation looks better, man. It's lower than left. I'm not anything, man. Tatted trader. I'm not left. I'm not right. I'm genuinely neutral. I dislike the whole realm of politics, to be honest. I think it causes way too much divisiveness. The whole realm of it. I hate all of it. I just dislike all of it, man. I would rather just be completely neutral. And again, it's not even just because I'm streaming. Like, I'm just genuinely anti-politics as a whole. I just don't like any of it. I just think there's too much arguing. People end up hating somebody else just because they side with the other side, and I would rather just be neutral and go by policy mostly is what I do. Like, I agree with the current administration. I disagree with them in some ways too. I just go by policy. Yeah, big pullback to 26K for Bitcoin. Let's see if we actually hold. Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm saying. I'm not. Okay, to put it in perspective, I am not saying that if you think the market needs to pull back, that you are necessarily what I said, right? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you got some people that are that way, that are just really weird and aggressive with me. You know what I mean? And that makes me have bias against that. But I also understand the logic of like, hey, the market needs to pull back. The market's overly inflated right now. It's time for a pullback. It needs to happen. A correction needs to happen. And I understand that completely. I'm not even saying I disagree with that necessarily. All I'm saying is just we could all have different sides, and let's just not be too emotional about it. I think is the way we have to be on it. So yeah, CPI was lower than last time, which is good, right? So CPI came in at, last time it was 6.4%. This time it was 6%, which is good. It's positive. It's what we want to see. We want to see lower CPI inflation data versus higher, of course, right? So we got as expected. And again, prior to the CPI report, I thought the banks might be underestimating CPI a little bit. I thought they might be, underestimating the report. I thought that we might come in a little bit higher than we did. And it shows that they were right, man. They were right. The banks were right. CPI came in at 6%, which is 0.4% less than last time, Oh, I could definitely be neutral. Yeah. No, I'm pretty neutral, bro. I mean, I'm pretty socially left in that regard. Like, I just believe in being able to do whatever you want as long as it's not hurting anybody else. you know. But I'm a capitalist, obviously. You know, anybody that trades stocks that claims not to be a capitalist is silly, I think. Um, so I mean, but again, I'm different than a libertarian in some ways too. I'd rather not be specific, and really, I don't want this topic to go super political. And I guess that's probably my fault. So my apologies if it did. Um, but yeah. Yeah, so E-mini is mostly pretty flat though. I mean, it's moving a little bit, but it's pretty sideways right now. SPY up to 390s. Stock market's not falling. I mean, the stock market's been falling over the last couple of days, but relative to when the CPI came out, it's actually positive. Yeah, for sure. I think it's probably better. All right, guys. Market's trying to break highs. Let's see if it does. So it's right up there towards the top of the range. It's a little bit too high for me to want to buy it now. I think if I buy it, I need a pullback. Yeah, maybe. Again, the next 2 days are going to be important. PPI is important. PPI is tomorrow. Jobless claims, retail sales are Thursday. So these are very important releases here. PPI tomorrow is the other side of today's CPI report. Today's CPI is buyer inflation, right? It's how much prices have gone up or down for buyers specifically. Tomorrow is seller inflation, right? So it's how much prices are going up or down for sellers. That's tomorrow. Very relevant stuff. Yeah, I kind of agree. Like, I just dislike all of them, you know. All politicians, you know. Tesla started to break down here. So Tesla at 177.50. But again, too political. Yeah, we'll switch the conversation up. No more politic conversation, guys. My fault for bringing it up. Let's just move on from it, I think. Too divisive, you know. All right, guys. So market's pushing up. Pretty neutral, though. I think a lot of people are waiting for the opening bell in about a minute and a half here. I wouldn't really call myself left either, you know. Like I said, I'm a capitalist. Like, I believe in business. Like, I'm an entrepreneur. I believe in capitalism for sure. But again, I mean, it's all good. All right, SPY just broke highs, tapped over it. Let's see if the E-mini follows suit. All right, here's the opening bell, guys. This isn't beginner politics. Not yet, man. Maybe sometime, you know. Go to your room, no trading. Yeah, I'm in my mom's basement after all, you know. All right, markets, pop it up. My mom's basement's got a nice library over there. Look at that library over there, man. Look at that thing. What a nice library my mom has, right? Nah, I'm not in my mom's basement. I'm married with kids. All right, this is my home. Stocks are breaking highs right now, so we just popped over highs right above the opening bell, right before the opening bell. We retraced pretty quickly back, though. Tesla's starting to break down. Bitcoin's still sitting right over 26K. Hey, we try, Chris. We try, man. You know.
This is the end of side 1 of this record. Please now, turn it over for the second side.
All right. I got you, B-Cham. I'll work on it, brother. There's the opening bell. We haven't really done much since the open. Tesla ripped up, though. That's nice. SPY up to 390, still moving here. All right, market just tapped over highs. All right, SPY just broke highs again, up to almost 391s here for the SPY. For the E-mini, we're up to about 390.45 or 3945 here. So we're still moving up. Tesla's starting to rip up. Bitcoin all the way back up to 26.2K. Somehow I made about $22 day trading this morning. All right, big reversal here. And I think we're still extended on the upside for me to want to buy this right now. I need some type of momentum. Tesla ripping up, though. Basically, all here. So Tesla's rebounding. Bitcoin's bouncing back. The SPY doji candle so far. Yeah, the St. Patty's BR parade, man. Have fun, Chris. That's fun, man. It's been a while since I've been to that, brother, but I remember it. Wake up really early and have fun, right? Been to that thing so many times, bro. Remember getting so sick after that thing. All right, Tesla just ripped up to almost 181s right now. SPY at 391, almost. CPI data might be right underneath me here, right underneath me. All right, right at 380 for Tesla. Retracing here. SPY has been completely flat right now. So a lot of up wicks and down wicks right now, but we're testing the top of the range here. So pretty flat. This is the price action so far. Starting to edge a little bit higher here, but getting pretty neutral so far. Nothing looks good enough for me to really want to buy it here yet. Yeah, if the Dixie's moving up, then that means market will probably retrace a little bit. Yeah, dollar index up. Very flat open, guys. I'm not taking anything right now. I'm gonna wait for a pattern to show up first. Wall is halted on the upside. Yeah, Wall halted at almost 40. Volatility trading pause, I'm assuming here. Market's starting to dump down a little bit, though. But, I mean, I guess with this halted on the upside, it'll resume at 36 or so, it looks like, at 936. With this halted on the upside, do you think that when this resumes, it'll drag the market back up? I'm going to buy this with that thought process here. I'm going to buy one contract here, maybe add a little bit to it with that same thought process. All right, there's two contracts here. All right, pretty flat on this trade. And flat or neutral in the trade so far. We got two contracts. There's a pump up. Not enough for me to take profit on this yet, but we're going to let it work a little bit more. See if we can tap that high real quick. There we go. All right, we just took half off there at the top. We're going to let the rest work in anticipation of that wall opening back up a little bit, which should be in about a minute. There's the reversal. I'm going to go ahead and get out there. I think that's kind of best case scenario for that trade, to be honest. So we're going to cut it there. I could have waited for wall to open back up. And we could wait for a red to green move, but I just think the momentum is up so quickly, so fast, that I got to take the profit off there. If we continue in a choppy trend, it could just retrace it back down. So I have four monitors. The data is at the bottom. It came in at 6% versus 6% expected, Saida. So it came in at 6% versus 6% expected. All right, watch wall. It should resume right now, sometime in the next 30 seconds. There's the resumption right now. It just resumed. It resumed a little bit lower, but it just broke highs again. It looks like. Nope, not yet. Reversing back down here. Wall all the way back down to 38.40s, 39s. A lot of volatility coming in here for wall. Look, you can see it right here. Here's wall. So look at this movement right here. Starting to move up some. Consolidating now for wall. We'll keep an eye on that unless you guys know what happened. SPY did rip up. All right, SPY just ripped over highs here. SPY just broke 391s. I should have held on to my trade. It would have worked out really well. I got in almost at the bottom. But SPY just broke 390s. Wall retracing back up too. So some strength coming through here. SPY all the way back up at 391s. Dollar index finally pushing down a little bit. See, I would buy it here. It just looks like there's too much extension short term on the upside. I would look for a pullback first down to like 390.75 or 390.50s. And yeah, there's a little dip. Again, I'm not telling anybody to do anything. I have no idea what's going to happen here. No idea. Sometimes you need a little correction pullback before it continues on its way, though. And it also could just continue back down choppy, but depends on how big the pullback is, to be honest. Yeah, there's too much volatility coming through there for the banks right now. But there's big risk, big reward there, I think, you know. All right, I'm thinking about buying the dip now. I have to scale into this, though. There's two contracts. All right, well, we're going to go in and unload half of it since we got an immediate rebound there. We'll let the rest ride since we're already green in the trade, so if we lose, it's not the end of the world, and we'll give it some room. All right, I'm going to cut this. The dollar index just ripped up. So we got out of it. We could have held on it a little bit longer, but the dollar index is pushing up, which means that we'll probably get a contraction in the SPY short term. And yeah, there's the pullback. So that's kind of how you use these little indicators to judge momentum there. But yeah, there's the pullback we just called out. We'll see what the dollar index does now, though. It doesn't necessarily mean too much. If the dollar index retracts, then then maybe we'll get another bounce back up. But again, that's why we flush it right there. Wall just broke lows and halted on the downside. That's not a great sign for it. So wall just broke lows and halted on the downside here. All right, so there's the dollar index pulling back a little bit, and there's the little bounce we're getting from it. So I am trading. I'm trading futures on Top Step, but it's not crypto futures. But yeah, this is a funded account program for futures where they give you a demo. If you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules, they fund you between 50 to 150K. It's just a good way to test yourself. My Thinkorswim account's got about 120,000 in buying power that I trade with regularly. But for those that might not have as much money as me, a good way to get your foot in the door. If you're good enough, you can get funded. If you're not good enough, you would lose more trying the market out yourself. And I think that's the real value of these funded account programs. But yeah, if you want to check them out, again, I'm essentially day trading the S&P 500 here. This is called the E-mini in futures. But yeah, if you want to try it out, the base one's like less than $140 if you use my link. You can find the link in the description. Hey, good luck, Sergio. Yeah, for sure, brother. Good luck, man. Yeah, we're green today. We've been doing pretty solid on this one too. Like again, here's this month. Here's the month of March so far. And so again, I can't fake this. This is pulled directly from the platform here, but that's my profit graph. So not too shabby, man. I'll take it, you know. But yeah, I need a pullback here. I'm not buying this up. Market's ripping up big though, to be honest. All right, there's a pullback. I'm gonna buy this dip small. We're gonna keep it small just because there's risk, but we're gonna buy the small dip and make sure there's no economic data coming out today that we missed. I don't think there is. No, there's not. All right, cool. All right, we're just gonna unload that too at the top. Just building up a cushion on the day so far. We got a nice little cushion here. We got about $75 cushion on the day. No losing trades today, believe it or not. So in futures, we have not had one losing trade. Not too bad, man. I will take that. No losing trades yet on futures. I'm gonna not, I'm gonna knock on wood, but yeah, no losing trades right now. I don't think we have any big earnings today. I could check. See, this is usually a very strong dip buy with the big down wick there, but again, I'm gonna take one contract. Watch me, say, hey, I haven't had one losing trade. Let's see if we can get the move we're looking for here. A little extended for sure on the upside, though. I'll say that. But we do have a cushion we can buy into now and worry less about it. Oof. Well, I guess I deserve this. All right, right at 391, bouncing back up a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna cut that. I guess I deserve it, guys. I just guess I deserve it. We lost like $30 just now. Again, I deserved it, to be honest, but it's all good. I can laugh at it. See what happens here. Market looks like it wants to bounce. Let things cool off. See if we get some bounces. All right, just kind of letting things consolidate at this point in time. Kind of going back and forth here, chopping over and up and under, up and under. We're going to let something play out first here, too. We might take a regular trade on the regular E-mini, but I think we got to be patient and wait for it. All right, so we just made a little bit on the regular E-mini. I think we were patient with it, and we let that work. I didn't quite make back the money that we lost on that last trade, but we're back up to about $70 in profit on the day. And I think we're going to try to be as safe as we can with this. The trend looks okay right now, but we also got to be patient with the play out here. It depends on what the dollar index does. All right, we just scalped a little bit more from it. So scalping the regular E-mini now. See, we built up a cushion. Now we got about $105 in cushion on the day here. So take some larger swings if we want. But you can see we only had one losing trade. And this is out of about, I don't know how many, I guess 10. So my win to loss ratio is 10-1 right now. Out of about 12, it looks like round trips. So not bad. Small little gains on each, but I'll take it. Good accuracy. Yeah, CPI is already out, Zach. It came out at 6%. Market bouncing right at 391. Dollar index pulling down. Bitcoin still at 26.2 thousand. Market looks strong, just a little bit too extended for me. I think we have a big chance of breaking, but it's just a little bit too extended on the up there for me, personally, for my trades. So Alex, man, I mean, let's look at BitGet. All right, so let's look at BitGet. All right, we can look at any platform really here, but let's look. Yeah, Bitcoin's right around 26,000 right now, right around 26K. Pretty close. It's going to vary from platform to platform, though. I mean, if you understand Bitcoin, you're going to understand that it's going to vary from whatever platform you're using. There's a thing called some people trade the discrepancies between platform to platform, but right now Bitcoin is around 26,000. And if your platform, yeah, but I mean, there's discrepancies between platform and platform. So arguing with me about like the exact price of Bitcoin is insignificant, man. Bitcoin right now at 26, according to TradingView, Bitcoin right around 26.113. Now it's at 26.1, but it just pulled back some. So when I said that, it was at 26.2, bro. And again, here's TradingView. But it just pulled back. So prior to me saying that, that's right around where it was, man. All right, guys, markets rip it up. There's kind of a positive correlation between, arbitrage, right? Yeah, for sure, Ram. Thank you, man. All right, market's still looking strong here. Almost back up to 392s. Dollar index. There's a positive correlation between markets right now and the dollar, though. That's strange. All right, big pullback on the SPY all the way down to 391s. All right, so getting a decent pullback now. I'm gonna buy this dip. One contract though, or no, I got 2 contracts. Sorry, so 2 contracts here. See if we get a quick emotional rebound, and we just did, and I just took half off there. Riding the rest up now. I'm gonna go ahead and cut that as well. So a quick little rebound trade. You can see now we're up about 130, about 125 on the day. Not bad. I'll take it. Nice little rebound. All right, market's trying to hold. Do we have any other big earnings this week? I don't think so, man. We got some stuff today. I think this is actually a pretty slow week for earnings. The next big earnings is I think Wednesday, or wait, is it the 23rd? GameStop is coming up soon. 28th? When's GameStop earnings? March 21st. Okay, got you. So yeah, March. So next Tuesday. So a week from now, we got GameStop earnings. But that's not registering either. Oh yeah, there it is. Nike and GameStop. All right, so we did get a little pop. Pretty accurate with my trades today, man. Again, I think I've only had 1 losing trade out of 12, 13. So accuracy is on point. I got to scale up and trade the regular. Yeah, I get in and out fast, man. You know. And again, you can see my profit graph. Like, this is pulled directly from my platform. You get people who try to hate on my trading, right? Like, they try to act like I'm not green, you know. Again, TOS is green. I'm green on the year swing trading. But again, the only reasons I've ever lost these funded account programs is because I try to go too large. And to be honest, with my personality, I'm not comfortable taking really large size. Like, I trade real money. Like, my Thinkorswim account is real money, $120,000 in buying power that I trade with. And so trading too large can get me, you know, but I think if you don't have that much money, you got to take a bunch of risk in these funded account programs. And they're great tests of skill. Bitcoin's starting to break down. But I think because of that difference in between, like, because I'm so used to trading like my Thinkorswim account, I think it just makes it hard for me to take the size I need in these funded account programs. As well as the fact that, like, I don't necessarily need to get funded. You know, I think a lot of people aren't in those shoes, though. A lot of people don't have that much. And so, you know, these funded account programs are going to be inherently useful for them. But for me, it's kind of like a program to be risk adverse. And so it's like, I'm just not used to trading huge size. If I can make a couple $100 a day, like you can see, like clockwork, I can do that almost every day. But it's just about being safe and smart and just being patient. So, you know, and here's the entire run so far, which is pretty nice. Again, the whole thing, we've got a profit factor of about 2.43 to 1. So we're doing pretty good in terms of our stats there. Not bad. CPI is buyer inflation. PPI is seller inflation. Yeah, for sure. It's all good. Like I said, I think the funded programs are inherently useful. But for me, it's like, I gotta understand, it's not something that I necessarily need to do personally. I think it's a great thing for traders. I think it saves traders money. I think, and I think most people will lose, but I think that's kind of the point: is that it's cheaper to lose this than it is to you know, put up real money and lose that. All right, big rebound in markets here. So we got this nice little trend, and you can kind of see the trend that I've been attacking all day. Uh, it's a little bit broad of a trend, but it is a trend. A little bit. I wouldn't say it's the prettiest trend, but it's not bad. That's a trend we've been kind of messing with today so far, since the opening bell at least. Maybe it might be a little bit tighter than this, but John, what do you want to say about Michael Burry? I like Michael Burry, man. People, I don't hate him. I think he talks too much about crashes, but like, is Wall mooning back up? WAL, Western Alliance. It's starting to break highs. Or it's starting to break over VWAP, which is a good sign, man. I think a lot of people are getting shaked out on that one, though. I think that one's tough. What's AMC doing today, man? Is AMC ripping up? No, dude. AMC is going down even more. I never understood the people who like absolutely fanboyed specific stocks. Like I never understood. Like why? Like what's the point of fanboying a stock? Like I believe like you can want a stock to go up and that's fine. But like, you know, I just think that it's silly to do that. I think you got to be unbiased in stocks. Yeah, we'll just have to see. Again, I don't know if it's going to hold this. We're just kind of drawing this to see what happens. I don't know if it's going to actually hold. Yeah, the problem with Burry though, Ernie, is this, right? The problem with Burry is that he's predicted a market crash essentially every year for the last 10 years. And so it's kind of like throwing darts at a dartboard. Eventually he's going to be right. It doesn't mean it's actually accurate though. Like even if he was right, he's still going to be like what 20% accurate. And so I think since the Big Short, been overwhelmingly bearish. And I think some of his actions on social media has made me not necessarily trust what he says. Like during the last rate hike decision, he told everybody to sell, and then the market flew up. And then when GDP came out and it was a little bit worse than expected, he told everybody to sell again. And then when it didn't drop, he deleted his Twitter, basically. And so what it kind of happens from that is that it's really sensationalized. So it's like any 2%, 3% drop, everybody's screaming market crash because Burry is out there acting like it is. And we just haven't crashed yet. Like I said, today we're back up to 390s on the SPY. And so if you look at the market on the last year, it's just kind of been a normal trend. And so I don't think yelling the sky's falling is necessarily good for traders. I think it's kind of discouraging traders from taking advantage of certain stuff. And I think that Burry, you gotta take Burry with a grain of salt, because like here's the trend the market has been in for the last 6 months. So the market has been in this trend for the last 6 months, and it's a very obvious trend. Like anybody should be able to see this trend that the market's been in the last 6 months, right? So here's there it is. So here's the market trend over the last 6 months, right? The market's basically done this. So it's like realistically, the trend is probably like this. Like that's kind of what the trend looks like right now over the last 6 months. Now we look at it over a year's period, maybe, but I just think maybe he's right. I'm not saying he's not right about this specific crash. I just think that he's been a little bit too bearish, in that he sensationalizes every insignificant drop we have, and so that makes me trust him less. And maybe he's right. He might be right, and I get it. It's his obsession, and I understand. And I love the Big Short movie. I think the Big Short's a great movie. And I think Michael Burry was brilliant in that short. I think it was brilliant in that short. But I think there's a difference now between there was back then. Like the scenario back then is not the same as it is now. And so it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Do you think Kathy Wood is a good investor? Well, her investing skills were still yet to be seen. Investing takes genuinely, decent amounts of time. And so she might be right. I think she buys up a little bit overhyped stocks. She's not really how I trade. Like she trades a little bit differently than how I trade. I tend to look for discounts for extension on the downside. She seems to buy up like really overhyped up stuff, in my opinion. But again, if she's genuinely investing in those things, then she'll still probably be right, and they're still probably solid. But a little bit too speculative. I stay away from mid caps more, and I think she likes mid caps long term, and I don't trust mid caps long term. I stick with just kind of blue chip value investing long term for me. But again, she's got way more money than I do, and so I can't really hate on her. I think same thing with Burry. I mean, he's the joke's on me. He's got way more money than I do. Yeah, I admire that too, Ernie. I mean, we're all a little obsessed with the stock market, so it's all good. I get it. I really do. Right, exactly. That's kind of how I feel too. And this is what I said the other day. Until we break this right here, until we break these lows right here, I'm gonna be skeptical of a market crash. Because again, and I'm not hating on bears. I think the yearly trend is down. Like if we zoom out a little bit, I think the trend on the year is down in a bear trend. But the thing about it is that if we zoom out even more long term, then the trend's obviously on the upside. And so again, I'm just going to look for big levels to break because that's going to influence sentiment. And so far with CPI, we just didn't get the drop a lot of people thought we would. And so again, people have to understand my bias in that, like I cover a lot of these big economic releases like CPI, PPI, rate hike decisions, every freaking one everyone Burry has basically acted like we were going to crash during the Fed meeting, you know, and then it's like we don't, and then he deletes his Twitter, you know, and so it's just kind of like, all right, bro, well, like, all right, like, I just don't know if sensationalizing every rate hike and CPI report is a good thing. But again, at the same time, he might know something that we don't, you know, or that I don't. And maybe we do crash. Again, I'm not saying we don't. It's certainly possible. If we start cracking under 375 on the SPY and we start breaking under 350, I mean, we're in a crash. We're definitely in a bear market. And so maybe that happens. What I will say is that if we do crash, if real estate specifically crashes, I'll probably be there to buy up some stuff. You know, that's kind of the cheapest time to buy anything. In 2020, when we dumped down big, I bought up a lot of stuff, and it worked out very well. And so I'll do the same thing here if it happens again. Yeah. Yeah, with Kathy, I agree with her in some ways. I disagree. The dollar index is breaking down, though. So, I mean, this is obviously bullish. And again, we'll see if this trend follows here. You answered my AMC question. Yeah, I saw you talk about Burry with GameStop. Again, AMC, the problem right now, I think, is the CEO. When you got a guy that's basically saying, hey, this ape dividend is the best thing to happen to AMC ever. And everybody's like, woohoo, ape divvy. And then, 6 months later, my guy's over here like, hey, this ape divvy is the worst thing ever. Let's get rid of it. Getting rid of the ape divvy is the best thing ever. And everybody's like, what? You just said it was good. Why are we getting rid of it now? Hey, we're going to sell popcorn and that's going to save our business. I'm skeptical of my guy, AA Ron, I'm skeptical. And I'm holding AMC. I hope it goes up, but I'm skeptical. Dollar index is flushing down though. I mean, that's good. Let's see if this trend continues here. It's starting to flush down to the bottom of the trend here. We'll see if it holds. Very choppy trend though. Looks like a breakdown looking firm. And sometimes what we see here is that if we do break trend line, something that I see a lot at least, is like we'll break, bounce, reject. If the trend does break, we could look for that. This is right around the 391 level, and it looks like my trend's confirming a little bit here, but so far so good. We got to bounce right around the low of my trend. We'll see if it continues back up though. Fix this a little bit. Yeah, so there's the breakdown under the trend line. It's a Wesley. This is the E-mini chart. All right, so again, let's see if we reject off of that trend line. Remember, we drew the rejection like we did before. So again, a lot of the times you'll see a break, pull back, a rejection off of the previous trend line. Let's see if we get it. There's a rejection. Look at that. I'm telling you, man, that's probably got to be a pretty high accuracy setup. I'll have to back test it, though. I don't know for sure if it's going to work. And we might keep bouncing up. I don't know. But that's something I've seen a lot of the time when these trends break. You get kind of a move back up and then a rejection. But there's some bull action coming through. Watching the dollar index, though. The dollar index is pulling back. That should be strong, I think. Market's in a pretty clear trend, though, to be honest. Like the opening bell. I think we're more sideways in trend right now. But there's a rejection off of it. Yeah, it's hilarious. My daughter and I watch Keel and Peele now. All right, so yeah, market's kind of chopping back and forth between the volume weighted average price. If you see the VWAP here, that trend is no more. The VWAP is kind of going like this right now. So if you look at the SPY is just kind of straddling the VWAP here. So like, look, so this is what we see right now. So the volume weighted average price is literally right here. Look, it's just going like this, you know? So like what the market is doing is essentially this right now. If you look at the upper and lower bands of the VWAP, it's just going to be going like this, you know? So just to show you what I'm actually talking about here, here's the VWAP. So here's the SPY. There's the volume weighted average price right there. So you can kind of see what's going on. All right, guys, I'm probably going to go ahead and close it down. We had some fun today. It was CPI day. We will be back tomorrow. Looks like we're going to be doing our crypto show tomorrow, guys. And so if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. I certainly appreciate it. Also, guys, if you want to day trade like I am, this is a futures funded account program. It genuinely is one of the best ways to test your skill, right? So it really is one of the best ways to test your skill. Here's me over the last month or so. You can see a really nice green of about $1,400. It's one of those things where if you lose this, it's cheap. Base package is $140. You can reset it for $100. And so if you lose, it's not the end of the world. And it's a great way to test your skill. See if you're ready to scale up. What I'm day trading here is the S&P 500. And so if I lose, it's not the end of the world. If I can pass it, there's a huge benefit to that, where if I pass it, I get funded anywhere between 50 to 150K. With a 90% split. And this is the most legit futures program in the world for funded accounts. They pay out millions of dollars in actual withdrawals every year. They fund thousands of traders a year. They've been around for over 10 years. And again, it's just a good way to test your stuff. If you don't have a large account like I do, and you want to try to get exposure to day trading without taking on a lot of risk, where you still have some pressure, this is a great way to do it. You can check out the link in the description and get 20% off. Good luck, guys. Love you all. Y'all be good. Y'all be safe. Have a good day. I'll see you guys later. Y'all be safe in the markets, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Big day tomorrow. PPI. A lot of stuff going on. Good luck.